Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs after school. So we've got 3 different topics we're going to be covering today, and it looks like we have some early messages on YouTube. Irem says, hello watching from Turkey, good broadcast. Hello and welcome to the stream, Irem. Nice to see you here. Is it Irem or Irem? I'm not too sure. Ghost Inc. says, hello, sup, what is up with you, Ghost Inc.? And Big Man Ting has been talking a little bit, talking about how they want to learn more about web app security stuff. Great, great. All right, so we're going to be covering 3 different topics today. And the first topic we're going to be covering today is we're going to be going over some digital forensics in the form of PCAP files and Wireshark. We're going to be doing that over at TryHackMe.com. And TryHackMe is a great little place where you can learn all about different cybersecurity topics. And the room that we're going to be covering today is going to be over here. I'll leave the link in the chat. It's one of their Christmas events. And the good thing about these Christmas events is that they've got all sorts of great little activities that we can work through over here. Okay, so that's going to be the first part of today's stream. In the second part of today's stream, we're going to be going over some Windows hacking tutorials. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going over to hackmyvm.eu. This is a great cybersecurity platform for learning about how to do CTF box challenges, which is basically vulnerable servers that you can deploy to your own VM network. So we're going to be covering a Windows box today, and this one is called Always. And if you want to join in with today's tutorial, you can do so by accessing this page right over here and deploying that Windows machine to your own VM network. So if you don't know how to deploy machines to a VM network, if you haven't done that kind of thing before, then we've got a fun little guide on my YouTube over here. And let's see, what's that video? Kali Linux and VirtualBox. So we've got a little video here you can watch if you've never done that before. And you can find it over at this link here. Okay, so that's going to be the second part of today's stream. And in the third part of today's stream, we're going to be looking at Docker Labs. So Docker Labs is a Spanish language cybersecurity education platform where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and you can deploy them on your own virtual machine. Well, it doesn't need to be a virtual machine. But they suggest you use a Linux machine with some security tools like Kali Linux. And you can deploy these Docker containers and then do hacking against them. It's very convenient. And we've been covering some of the very easy machines over here. We're almost finished the very easy machines here. If we finish them all, we'll move over to the easy machines over here, and that's going to be in the third part of today's stream. Okay, so let's start with the first part of today's stream, which is going over digital forensics. So so if you don't already have, Ghost Ink says love Docker. Docker is very convenient for deploying software in a very specialized environments. And Docker is actually very nice as far as learning about security is concerned. But yeah, so what we're going to be doing first is we're going to be using this TryHackMe room to learn about network PCAP files in Wireshark. If you don't have an account, you can make a free account over there. And then once you're logged in, you can access this room, the link I've just linked in the chat. All right, so let us begin. So let's go back to the beginning. Okay, so this is HackerFrogs After School, Digital Forensics. This is talking about network traffic, and it should be the third workshop. I guess I've got a little typo that I need to correct there. And hey there, HackerFrogs. This is the third Intro to Digital Forensics workshop, and in the previous workshop, we learned about the following digital forensics concepts. We learned about steganography. Steganography is the process of hiding information in another medium, for example, hiding a hidden message inside of a picture. When dealing with digital files, steganography can be used to embed files or messages into different media files, like pictures, videos, and audio files. So there's a particular program that that is pretty popular for easy level steganography challenges, and that's called StegHide. StegHide is a program that can be used to embed files into certain types of picture and audio files, and that's what we learned about in the last session. So this workshop's topics, we're going to be talking about network logs, we're going to be talking about packet capture files, and we're going to be talking about Wireshark. So network traffic. So this workshop's topic is computer networking log forensics, and anytime a network device sends data from one device to another, network traffic is generated as network packets are being sent back and forth between the devices. So what is a network device? So in this example, a network device is any device that connects to a computer network. That would be PCs, desktop computers, phones, tablets, cars, other IoT devices, etc., etc. So we're talking about packets. So network packets contain a number of elements such as source and destination, the network addresses of both the source and destination devices, that is their IP addresses. The payload, the actual data being sent. So in the case of a web page, the payload would be the actual code of the web page that is sent to the web browser. The header info, which is essential data for routing and processing the packet. Protocol info, which is depending on the type of data packet, that is a TCP packet, a UDP packet, HTTP, etc. These are protocol-specific data that can be included in the packet. And when we talk about packets, a collection of packets are usually bundled up in what are called PCAP files. So files which contain a collection of network traffic are called packet capture or PCAP files. And one specialty of digital forensics is the analysis of network traffic and PCAP files. So we're going to be talking about Wireshark, and Wireshark is a program which is widely used for network traffic analysis, and we'll learn how to use it to analyze PCAP files. So we're going to be learning Wireshark through an interactive module over on the TryHackMe website. So we're going to be navigating to the following URL, that is tryhackme.com/r/room/advent-of-cyber3. So I'll provide that link to everybody one more time over here. And in particular, we're talking about task number 14, which is day number 9. So the task is called networking. Where is all this data going? So before we move on, we're going to be accessing the TryHackMe attack box. because it's through the attack box where we're going to be using the Wireshark program. So once you've arrived on this page, you can go ahead and go up to the top of the web page, and you want to click on the Start Attack Box button over here. It's at the top of the web page below the little icon for the room, which is Advent of Cyber 3. So go ahead and click on Start Attack Box, and that should split your browser window into two panes. The left-hand side is going to be the TryHackMe website, and the right-hand side is going to be the virtual machine that we're spinning up over here, which is the TryHackMe attack box. So the attack box is going to take a couple of minutes to initialize before we can use it. And in the meantime, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about Wireshark. So while we're waiting for the attack box to initialize over here, let's talk a little bit about networking basics. So when we're talking about using Wireshark, when we're talking about looking at packet captures and packet files, we have to go over some networking basics, and we're going to talk about the OSI model. So before we dive into how to use Wireshark, let's review the OSI model, which Wireshark uses to organize PCAP contents. So the OSI model is a system for organizing computer networking data into abstract layers. There are 7 layers in the OSI model. So the OSI layers are in order: Layer 1, the physical layer; Layer 2, the data link layer; Layer 3, the network layer; layer number 4, the transport layer; layer number 5, the session layer; layer number 6, the presentation layer; and layer number 7, the application layer. So I've been taught before that the way we remember the order of these different names for the layers is all people seem to need data processing. So it's all people seem to need data processing. Of course, there are a bunch of different mnemonics. How do you pronounce that word? Anyways, there's a bunch of different ways that people remember these different layers, and let's talk a little bit about the layers themselves before we get started. So OSI layer 1 is the physical layer, which represents the physical connection between devices and sending and receiving of raw data bits over a physical medium. Big Man Ting says, please don't throw away spinach pizza away. Threes. That sounds like a good one. Okay. So this is the physical layer on OSI layer 1. We can think of these as the actual things that are doing the transmitting. So examples of things that transmit over OSI layer 1 include cables and connectors, network interface cards, and modems. So this is OSI layer 1. OSI layer 2 is the data link layer, which provides reliable communication between directly connected nodes on the network. Data transmitted over the data link layer are called frames. So when we talk about layer 2, examples of things that transmit data over OSI layer 2 include Ethernet switches, wireless access points, virtual LANs, and MAC addresses. So these all are communicating one layer below the physical layer. OSI layer 3 is the network layer, which covers logical addressing, routing creation, and the forwarding of packets between devices across different networks. Data transmitted over the network layer are called packets. Examples of things that transmit data over the OSI layer 3 are firewalls, IPv4 and IPv6, ICMP, network address translation devices, and routers. The next layer is the transport layer, which is OSI layer number 4, which handles end-to-end communication, error detection and correction, and flow control in the network. Data transmitted over the transport layer are called segments. And examples of things that transmit data over the OSI layer 4 are Transmission Control Protocol, otherwise known as TCP, User Data Demand Protocol, otherwise known as UDP, so these two types of packets, port numbers, multiplexing, and socket programming all communicate over OSI layer 4, the transport layer. OSI layer 5 is the session layer, which manages communication sessions and the orderly exchange of data between devices. Data transmitted over the session layer is called data units or session data, and these can include things like web browsers and web servers, remote desktop protocol, also otherwise known as RDP, and network printing. These all function over OSI layer number 5, the session layer. Layer number 6 is the presentation layer and deals with encryption, data encoding, data compression, and format conversion. Data transmitted over the presentation layer is called data units or presentation data. And things that use OSI layer number 6 are media players, transport layer security, otherwise known as TLS protocols, file format converters, encoding libraries, and encryption/decryption software. And the very last layer is the application layer, which deals with end-user applications and offers a standardized interface for diverse apps across the network. Data transmitted over the application layer are called application data or messages. 8-Bit Bandit says, just want to say hello. Hello, 8-Bit Bandit. Nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun little video redeem. How about a Nyan cat? Because the meme doesn't die. Okay, so examples of things that transmit data over OSI layer 7 are web browsers, HTTP, email clients, messaging apps, DNS, and database management systems. So the very end of the OSI model is the application layer where all the applications live. Okay, so as far as Wireshark and the OSI model is concerned, Wireshark packet details this pane that we're going to be looking at in a minute. It organizes its expandable tabs according to the OSI layers. Note that not all the packets will contain layers in a sequence. So let's go back to TryHackMe and take a look at this. So we've got our TryHackMe attack box over here, and we're just going to hit enter to dismiss this terminal. And we want to put this attack box into its own browser tab. So we're going to go to the center of the screen here, and then we're going to navigate down to the bottom. And there's this button here called View in Full Screen. We want to click on that. And then the attack box desktop should appear in its own browser tab. This is what we want. And we can actually start up Wireshark from here. So we can go ahead and click over here in the corner. So in the upper left corner, we can click here, and we can, I think it's under web. So we can go down to web. Oh, that's not, Is it under other? It's not system tools. Isn't there supposed to be a search box in here? Okay, so let me try. Okay, so it's under Internet. So in the applications under Internet, there's Wireshark over here. So you can go ahead and click on that shortcut, and then Wireshark is going to start up. It's going to take a few seconds to start up. Okay, so after Wireshark is started up, you can actually full screen this. And I'm pretty sure that, we can open up the PCAP file from this task over here. And so we're not going to be downloading this task file, but this should be day 9. And I think we can search for this inside of the attack box. So in the attack box, you can well, you don't need to do this. I just need to figure out where that file is. So locate AOC. Okay, so I'm looking for PCAP files. It should be on this box. So I'm just going to, let's look for some PCAPs. Just a second. Fem Yuki says, hello, how's it going? So nice to see you here, Fem Yuki. We're just learning about Wireshark today. And let's see. So we're going to find in the entire file system, we're going to look for a name. It's going to be star.pcap. I think it's star.pcap, unless it's pcap. I just need to figure out what kind of file that we're dealing with here. So AOC3. Maybe we should just look for AOC3. Okay. AOC3. Maybe it's not on the attack box anymore. Okay. Oh, no, there is one over here. Okay. So it's in root rooms AOC3. So now that we know where it is, we can try to open up this pcap file. So in Wireshark, we're going to go to File and then click on Open. And we're going to go to root rooms AOC3 and then day 9. So root rooms AOC3 day 9. Femyuki says, cool, I recently discovered Suricata. Not the same thing, but it seems nice as well. So Suricata, is that another program that opens up pcap files and does analysis? Okay, so go ahead and click on this pcap file over here, aoc3.pcap. So it's going to be in the root rooms aoc3 day 9 directory. Go ahead and open that. And now we've got our Wireshark over here. So I'm going to resize these windows a little bit. It looks like they're quite... Okay, so we want these windows to be more or less evenly distributed like this. So we're going to have our packet view over here with all of our networking packets. We're going to have in our lower left corner, we're going to have the packet description pane over here with all of the different information about the packets. And in the lower right, we're going to have our hex view, which is the hex contents of those packets. All right, so, and what were we talking about? So over here, we're talking about Wireshark and how it adheres to the OSI model. So usually inside of the packet details pane over here, they're going to have the information here organized by the OSI models, starting from layer 1 at the top, and then it becomes it goes from layer 2 to 7 in the subsequent ones. So Big Man Ting asks, is it AOC3? Yes, it is AOC3. So the file that you're looking for is in, let me see if I can locate it. Whoops. Here. So it's going to be in the root rooms AOC3 day 9 directory. So let me see if I can, let me just grab this. Whoops, day 9. So the pcap file that we're looking for is in root rooms AOC3 day 9. Okay, so let's go back and let's talk a little bit about. Let's go through the contents of the room, and we'll do a little walkthrough while we're doing this. Okay, so the Wireshark interface has 5 major components. We've got the command menus, and they're standard pull-down menus located at the top of the window. So when we're talking about the command menus, we're talking about these up here. So capture, analyze, statistics, telephony, and a bunch of other ones over here. So I'll say up front that I'm not an expert as far as Wireshark is concerned, but I have learned how some of the basic some of the basic functions of the software, and enough to be able to solve beginner level CTF challenges involving PCAPs anyways. Okay, so what else do we have? So the display filter section is where we can specify rules to find certain packets. The listing of captured packets shows all of the sent and received network packets. So the display filter is talking about, so actually they've got this handy little diagram over here. So the command menus are all over here, and the display filter is over here, and you can use the display filter to filter the packets according to specific criteria. So the list of the packets is over here, and then we've got the packet details, and then the hex view over here. So if we've got Wireshark open here, this row up here, this is the command row over here. We've got the display filter over below it, and then below this is the packet list view, which has all the list of the different packets. We've got the packet details view, which is this portion of the window, and the hex view, which is this portion of the window. So if you wanted to display only packets with specific criteria, you can go over to the display filter here, and you can click on it. And let's say that you only want to see HTTP packets. So you can type in HTTP and then apply that filter. Click on this arrow over here, and then we'll only see HTTP packets. So that is that the protocol is going to be HTTP. So we also have a bunch of different source and destination IP addresses over here. So if we wanted to see only packets that are from 10.10.10.5, we can also do that. So HTTP, I think we can separate these with spaces. And source, no. Okay, let's go back. Let's do SRC. So source IP. Maybe we can click on this. Or is it IP source? IP equals, right. So we can do IP address equals whatever IP we want, and we'll only see packets which include that IP address. So for example, if we wanted to do 10.10.10.5, we can filter on only those only packets that involve that IP address. So this includes both the source and destination IP addresses. Okay, so let's move on with the tutorial for the room. So we got filters over here, and we can. So the filters over here are using Berkeley packet filter syntax, which is basically this method of putting in different filters inside the filter window. We can also specify certain protocols such as HTTP, and we can also look for specific ports. So TCP port, this would be the port over here. So let's say we only wanted to see traffic that involves TCP port number 80, which is HTTP. Actually, maybe we shouldn't do HTTP because let's try 53, which is DNS. So we can go over here. So TCP port, let's say that we wanted to do TCP port number 53, which is DNS, and see if there's any DNS traffic. So there's no DNS traffic over here. We can get rid of this filter by clicking on the X over here to the right. And maybe, are there any other unusual ports? Okay, we also have some let's see, TCP port 3389. 3389. I forget which service uses 3389. Is that MySQL? Anyways, we can filter on this. So if we wanted to filter on that particular port, we would do TCP port equals 3389. And then we only see packets that that either go to 3389 or come from 3389. Big Man Ting says 80. Angie D. Angel D says that is RDP. Okay. So that is the RDP service. I should have known because it says under here protocol RDP. So RDP is Remote Desktop Protocol, and that's basically how to access somebody's graphic user interface. So it's basically remote login, but you get a graphic user interface and can click on stuff, as opposed to using just the terminal. Okay, so let's move on. So assuming that you can monitor network traffic in the RDP packets, okay, we can just move on from here. HTTP GET, HTTP POST, DNS, FTP. Oh, this is interesting. So the provided PCAP file has FTP packets that have been received by the server. So this task, we can look at FTP traffic in Wireshark. Like other protocols, we will be using Wireshark filters to look at FTP traffic. So we can take a look at TCP port equals 21, or we can look at the FTP protocol. So the easier way to do it is to just take a look at the FTP protocol if we wanted to look at only FTP packets. So over here, we can release the previous filter, and then we can search the PCAP file by FTP protocol. So go ahead and type in FTP and then hit this button over here, which is going to apply the filter. So we only see packets that are under the FTP protocol, and we've got a bunch of communication over here. FTP is plain text, so nothing is by default. FTP is not encrypted, so any commands that are sent over FTP, we would be able to read those the contents of those packets very easily. So for example, over here, this is the hex view, and these are the hexes inside of the packet. But beside the hex view in the packets, we also see the ASCII equivalents over here on the right-hand side. So it says TryHackMe FTP. So user TryHackMe FTP, and let's see what else is going on in here. So it also sends the message, please specify the password. And in the next packet, there's a password. So somebody typed in their password, and because FTP is not encrypted, we're able to capture that inside the packets here. Okay, great. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to try using Wireshark to answer some of these questions below. So this task is a bunch of questions, and what we're going to do is we're going to try to use the filters and get the answers to the questions. So we've got HTTP1 GET request section. Which directory is found on the web server? Directory that is found on the web server. So we can see. Can anybody answer the question? We've got the picture, the screenshot over here, and we can see that all of these GET requests are going to a particular endpoint. So who knows what this endpoint is? If you know, type in the chat. So what we would do here is we would look for http.request.method equals get. So we can actually look up the HTTP requests by the method. So the get method or the post method or the head method, any other type of method. So here we see that there's a login directory that these are all going to. So I guess the answer is login. Okay, and let's move on to the next question. So in the next question, it says, what is the username and password used in the login page in the post section? So what we would do is we would try to get the http.request.method equals post. So we can set this. So we can go over to our Wireshark. We're going to release the previous filter, and we're going to type in http.request.method equals post, and then we can hit enter, and we can see only the post requests. So the packets with post requests. So let's go ahead and what we can do, another handy thing that we can do inside of Wireshark is that we can take a look at the conversation that is going on between these servers. What we can do is we can highlight the packet we want to take a look at, and we can right click. After we right click, we can click on this button over here, follow, and then select follow HTTP stream. And this is going to give us a slightly easier way to look at what is going on between these servers. So click on follow, right click, and then follow, and then HTTP stream. Okay, and in here, there seems to be some sort of post request to the login endpoint over here, login.php. There's also a password. So this is the what is being sent to the server. So this red part is the request, and the blue part is the reply. But in every post request, there's some sort of data being sent back and forth. So in this case, they're sending login information, so the username is going to be McSkitty, and the password is going to be Christmas 2021, 21, I think. So we just need to copy this, right click and copy, then go back to the TryHackMe webpage, and then what is it? Oh, they want the username and the password. Okay, let's do that again. So over at we can copy this entire line over here. So username equals McSkitty and password equals Christmas 2021. Copy that, then go back to TryHackMe. Oh, wait, they don't want this format. They want the format to be username and then colon and then password. But that's fine. We can just adjust this so that username McSkitty and then put a colon, and then password is going to be this. I think we might need to do URL encoding, because this %21, that looks like URL encoding. Let's try submitting this first. If it tells us this, oh, it says it's right. Because %21 is the exclamation point. Okay. All right. Let's move on to the next question. The next question is, what is the user agent's name that has been sent in the HTTP #2 post? Okay, so we're looking for user agent name, and we're looking for the HTTP #2 post. So we can go ahead and go back to go back here, and we're gonna filter again by http.request.method equals post. So it's double equal signs, and we're gonna apply that filter by clicking on the blue arrow here on the right. And we see that there's the second one, the second post request. And what we're looking for is the user agent name. Okay, so we can get the user agent name by going in here. And I think we're looking for, we can look over in here, the packet details pane, which is on the lower left-hand side. And we can click on this hypertext transfer protocol drop down over here. And we've got our post method, our host, and we've got our user agent. So I think what we can do is we can highlight the user agent here, and we can right click and then select copy. select copy, copy the field, no, copy the value, right. Select that and then go back to TryHackMe and paste in the answer. So TryHackMe user agent THM this. We can click on submit. Okay. And the next question is, in the DNS section, there is a text DNS query. What is the flag in the message of the DNS query? Okay, so we're looking for DNS now. So let's go ahead and go back. So we're looking for DNS protocol. So let's go ahead and release the filter by clicking on this button. And we're going to look for DNS. So click on the display filter, type in DNS, and then click on the blue button over here. Okay, so what we're looking for? There's a txt DNS query. What is the message of that DNS query? Okay, so we're looking for txt. Oh, you know, it's pretty easy to just eyeball this because it's right here. So it is packet number 1059. I guess we can just click on this. Okay. And it says there should be some sort of flag inside of here. So what was the question? What is the flag in the message of the DNS query? So over here, we can click on domain name system query, and it says response in this one over here. Do we need to click on this one? I guess so. Click on that. And then we see inside of the answer here, it's there's the flag. So we can see it inside of the hex view over here. AOC3 is awesome, THM something. So what we can do is we can just right click on that and then copy as UTF-8 text or ASCII text. Let's try ASCII text. So right click on the text there and then copy as ASCII text. Let's go back to the TryHackMe page. Go down to the bottom here. So underneath in the answer field, click in, paste, and it looks like we they only want the flag. So the flag is THM this. So we're just going to get everything that is on the left-hand side of it, and we're going to delete it. Okay, and then we're going to submit that flag. Big Man Ting says, I just use follow just as you said and got the answer. Yeah, you could also use follow. What you would do is you would go over to txt packet over here, and wait, it's up here at the top. So near the top, it says, let's see, where's that txt one? Anyways, what you can do is you can select follow UDP stream, and then you can start moving around the packets. So inside of here, these are the contents of the conversation. You can just move around inside the packets with this section over here. And if there are not too many of them, you should be able to eventually find it. But then again, that's only in the case that there are not very many of them. All right, let's move on. Mike says, hello, nice to see you, Mike. And why don't we give you a fun redeem? How about a hack the planet? Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in. Okay, so in here it says, in the FTP section, what is the FTP login password? So we're looking at a different protocol now, so we can get all of the FTP packets by going over to Wireshark, and we're going to release the filter with the X button here on the right hand side. After that, in the display filter, we're just going to type in FTP and then click on the blue arrow on the right hand side. So this gets all of our FTP packets, and we're looking for a password. So like before, I don't know why you would be doing that, Mr. person on Kick. Anyways, let's go ahead and right click on the FTP packets, and then we can follow the conversation. So right click on it, then select follow TCP stream. And what do we have? So please specify the password. This is stream number 5. Of course, we can go back to the beginning of the conversation as well by moving around in the streams. So we can go back to stream number 1. Nothing super interesting here, but in stream number 5, we've got the conversation between the FTP server and the client. So user TryHackMe FTP, password is this one over here. So they're looking for the password, I think. So in the FTP section, what is the FTP login password? So we can go ahead and copy this, then go back to TryHackMe, paste it in, click on submit, and then we're done. Okay, so the next question, in the FTP section, what is the FTP command used to upload the secret.txt file? Okay, so we can continue to look at the FTP conversation. So, it's okay. Okay, so we see that they put in their username, then they put in their password, and then they change working directory to the files directory. They switch into passive mode, and then they use this command to upload the secret.txt file. So STOR. So this is the command. So highlight it, copy it, then paste in. I guess they only wanted the command itself, so I guess we don't need secret.txt. It's just STOR to upload the file. Click on submit. Okay. So the next question is, in the FTP section, what is the content of the secret.txt file? So secret.txt file, So what we can do is we can look at the FTP data, I guess. So FTP data, this is the type of protocol we're looking at. So we can go ahead and get out of here. We can release the filter. I'm going to click here. We're going to do FTP-data, and then click on apply filter over here. So we see there's only one thing in here, and we can take a look at the line-based text data inside of the packet details pane. So packets details pane, line-based text data. We're going to open this up, and it's this one or right over here, AOC flag something something something. So we can right-click on that and select copy as ASCII text, and then go back to TryHackMe. So AOC flag this. Is that a smiley face? Anyways, let's click on submit and see if that works. Okay, it doesn't want that. Maybe it just wants this. Okay, that answer is correct. Great. All right, so we've finished all the questions that we need to do for this task. But before we go, let's do a little review of what we learned about today. So inside of Wireshark, most of these PCAP files, they're going to have a lot of packets inside of them. So if we can take a look here, so inside of Wireshark, down at the bottom, over here, it's going to tell you how many packets are inside the PCAP file. So it says packets 5,208. So if you don't know exactly what you're searching for inside of these PCAP files, you're never going to be able to find anything. because there are just so many of these packets in here that it's basically looking for a needle in a haystack. So if you don't know exactly what you're searching for, you're not going to be able to find it. One useful thing that we learned today is how to follow conversations between different protocols like HTTP, and FTP. So for example, we could look for FTP and filter. After that, we can click on any one of these packets and then follow the TCP stream. And then we're going to be able to see the different communications that went between the client and the server. We can go ahead and look at different packets and the conversations that are happening in there. But remember, if the data is encrypted, you're not going to be able to see anything you can read. But this is interesting. There's a cookie called TryHackMe in here. That's interesting. Okay, so before we finish, we've got a little bit of time left, but before we finish, let me take a look at my little presentation here. Most packets are going to contain data for the OSI layers 1, 2, and 3. Let's take a little further look at that. So let me make this pane nice and big. Okay, so this is the packet details. So this first section right here, this should correspond with OSI layer number 1. The next one is OSI layer number 2. So OSI layer number 1, this is just information about the bits that are going back and forth on OSI layer 1. The next section is OSI layer number 2, which is information going between the networking devices, in which case this would be Ethernet. And then we're talking about Internet Protocol on OSI layer number 3 in this section. And then layer number 4, layer number 5, etc., etc. So it's very interesting. And if you know about the OSI model and the information that's found in the different layers, it should make it easier for you to find information that you're looking for inside of Wireshark. So the display filter, this is an important tool for managing large numbers of packets and can be fine-tuned to display only packets with specific properties. So for example, if you want to look at only stuff that has HTTP protocol, and packet comments. So this is something that that we didn't go over during the tutorial, but so people who look at different packet capture files, they can leave comments, and they can leave comments. Usually these are read by other team members, or they can leave comments for themselves. They can mark specific packets that they think are interesting. So for example, over here, let's say that we found the packet with the password. And let me resize this. Packet, nice packet comment. Thank you, Femyuki. Yeah. So let's take a look at, let's say we found the FTP packet with the user and the password and all this stuff. And let's go ahead and take a look. So over here, FTP user TryHackMe, great. And what we can do is we can comment, we leave a comment on this packet. So the way we would leave a comment on the packet, I think we can just right click on it and add. No, we can't. Okay. So there's a certain shortcut we can do to leave a comment on the packet, and that's Control Shift C, Control Alt C, I think. I put it in here. The keyboard shortcut for packet comments is Control Alt C. So let's go ahead and leave a comment. So Control Alt C, and we can add a packet comment over here. So HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and we can leave that comment, and then the comment will become part of the of the details pane. So there's a packet comment over here. We can open it. HackerFrogs like and subscribe. That's great. And we can also search for packets that have comments. So let me demonstrate that. So after that, we can click on any old packet, and then we can, in the display filter, we could do pkt underscore comment, and then hit enter. And that's only going to return packets with comments on them. So there's only one because we left a comment here, and it's this one over here. Okay, great. So let's see. Yeah, so I just demonstrated we can filter by packet comments by leaving this filter over here, packet underscore comment. Okay, so let's talk about what we learned in today's workshop. So we talked about network traffic. Anytime a network device sends data from one device to another, network traffic is generated as network packets are sent back and forth. We talked about PCAP files, and these are files that contain a collection of network traffic, and are called packet capture or PCAP files. And one specialty of digital forensics is the analysis of network traffic and PCAP files. We learned that Wireshark is a program which is widely used for network traffic analysis, and we can use it to analyze PCAP files. Okay, so what's next? So in the next digital forensic workshop, we're going to practice more with network traffic analysis with the TryHackMe platform. So I think we might be doing TryHackMe, or we could be doing PicoCTF as well, because there's a number of forensics challenges on PicoCTF that deal with Wireshark stuff. Okay, so let's move on to our next piece of content for today's stream. And the next piece of content, let me just close out my TryHackMe stuff. Okay, so Big Man Ting says, I'm now more comfortable with Wireshark in TryHackMe. I only understand 70%, but today I understand more. Thank you very much. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much for coming by. And if I help somebody understand cybersecurity stuff more, then I'm very happy to do so. Thank you very much, Ting. Okay, so let's get out of here. We'll close out this, and then we're going to go up to the top of the room, show the split view, and then close out our attack box. Okay, so let's move on into the next part of today's stream. We're going to be doing a demonstration, a hacking demonstration of a Windows box, and the Windows box is called Always. It's going to be over at hackmyvm.eu. If anybody's wondering where you can get this particular virtual machine, it is over here. TG Artist says, hello, how's it going? Hey, how's it going, TG Artist? Nice to see you here. All right, so we've got ads coming up on Twitch. During the Twitch ads, we do not do anything, but we do watch our bird watching videos. So we're going to be watching those during the break. So it should be maybe 2 minutes of ads. But in the meantime, I'm going to be setting up the virtual machine. So we've got our tabs over here. Let me go ahead and I'm going to start naming my tabs so I don't have to keep on going back and forth. So I'm going to have an Nmap tab, and I'm going to have a web enumeration tab. And because this is a Windows box, we're going to have a netexec tab. Okay, so we've got the ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm going to switch over to the bird videos. And this is my favorite bird video with the baby birds taking a bath. We'll be back in about a minute. And in the meantime, I'm going to take a little drink. See you in a bit. I just noticed we don't have any music going on right now, so I might as well put on some tunes while we do our Windows hacking. Let me get a playlist. So if anybody has any requests, Operation Desert Punk on YouTube says those are some nice birds. Yeah, they're well, I mean, baby birds are inherently cuter than adult birds because they're usually goofier. These are little stellar jays. They're a type of jay that is native to the Pacific Northwest where I live. And let's play some faster than light music. As usual, if there's anybody who thinks that the music is too loud, please let us know and we'll try to adjust the volume. Okay, so we should be back from the Twitch ads. We're going to put the birds away, and then we're going to start hacking. Okay, so let's do the formal intro for the YouTube video that we're going to be doing after we finish. Okay, so everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Always Challenge. This is a Windows CTF box that is hosted over at hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we want to do when we do these CTF box challenges is we want to figure out where exactly on the network the boxes are. So what we can do is we can run an nmap scan on the IP range and figure out where the machine is. So it's nmap-sn on this network range. So this is going to figure out which machines are online in this particular network. Okay, so it looks like aside from our own machine, which is machine number 5, the only other machine that is up and is a virtual machine is this 16 machine over here on 192, 168, 216. So this is the IP address we're going to be hacking against. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to run another nmap scan on this particular IP address. We're going to specify a number of different arguments to get the best results. So what are we going to do here? So we're running nmap against all the ports, which is this argument here, and we're going to do common scripts and versioning information against whatever services we find with this argument here. We're going to run it very verbose, which means we're going to get output on our scan before the scan is over with this argument here, and we're going to run it very, very fast with this argument here, and the last thing we need to supply is the IP address. So let's run the scan. Okay, so what do we see here? So we've got a number of different ports that point at this being a Windows box. So these ports here, 139, 445, and a number of ports on the 40,000 range. These are very, very telltale signs that this is a Windows server that we're dealing with. And what we can do from here is we can check out some of the services that are being offered here. So there's port 21, which is FTP, and there's also port number 8080, which usually runs some sort of HTTP proxy, but we're going to try investigating it in another tab here. So here we know that what is the IP address again? It's this on port 8080. Okay, let me copy this. Okay, so this is port 8080, and we're going to try to do some enumeration. First, what we're going to do is Big Man Ting says, "Sorry, I want to follow along with you. Where do I start?" Okay. Are you using VirtualBox? Do you have virtual machines? So what you want to do is you want to have a Kali Linux box that is a virtual machine, and you want to deploy it along with the virtual machine that we're using for this box. which is always, and you can download it from this link over here. Let me copy that link and throw it in the chat. So what you want to do is you want to download the file, the zip file there. You want to extract the OVA file, and then you want to create the appliance on your virtual box. And then after you've got it configured, you definitely want to put it on a host-only network so that it can't communicate with the internet, and make sure that your Kali Linux box is also on the host-only network. Okay, so let's continue. So we're going to run this program over here to determine what endpoints are available on this web port over here. So the web port is 8080. The program is derb. Let's run the program. Okay, so let's see. Okay, we need to supply the HTTP over here. Okay. Okay, so it looks like there is an admin endpoint that we've located on the box. And what we're going to do is we're going to navigate over to that admin endpoint. So let's go ahead and move over there. What's the IP address again? It is this over here. Okay. Copy that. Then go over to our web browser. In the web browser, we're going to... So the landing page says, our site is under maintenance, please come back again later. So there's nothing really interesting inside of the HTTP source, but let's go ahead and go over to the admin endpoint. Okay, so this seems to be some sort of login page. So on these login pages, on most pages, there might be some sort of hints on inside of the HTTP source. So we can right-click on the page and then view the page source. And there might be some sort of comments or something in the code that we could use to our advantage. So over here, there are credentials. So the admin and the password admin pass123. So it seems like they've supplied the admin password inside of the code, so that we can copy this and then we can log in. So the username is going to be admin and the password is going to be admin pass123. Click on login, and then we see here that once we've logged in, there's a note. So the admin's notes over here is this string, and this string I'm fairly confident this is base64 encoding. So this is basically some other piece of information that has been encoded into base64. So the way we can tell is base64 uses a very specific character set. So it's uppercase and lowercase letters and numbers. And the most telltale sign is that sometimes you'll see equal signs at the end of the string. So what we can do is we can just copy this string, and then over on our terminal, we can echo out that string and then pipe it into base64 and decode it. So echo out the string that we found on the admin page, pipe it into base64 with the decode flag, and then it says FTP user keep going bro, exclamation point, exclamation point. Okay, so what can we do with this? Oh, another thing that we could take a look at is we could do some further web enumeration. We could use Nikto. So Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner. Let's see, this is 16. And of course we have to specify that this is the 8080 port, because there's no port on port the regular HTTP port, which is port 80, we have to specify that this is port 8080 in this fashion here. And Jedediah says, is this TryHackMe? This is not TryHackMe, this is hackmyvm. So hackmyvm, you can, the machine that we're doing is this one over here. Let me give you the link. There you go. Okay, so we can use Nikto to try to see if it can find any obvious security flaws with the server on this IP address. So we're going to see here that it identifies this as an Apache server on Windows 64, 64-bit. That's what I assume that's going to be. Okay, so it finds the admin endpoint over here. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Okay. So we spotted the FTP service when we did our Nmap scan. So we did our Nmap scan over here. We noticed that there was a port, an FTP service on port 21 TCP, and what we can do now that we have these credentials over here, these ones, FTP user keep going bro, is we can access FTP with these credentials. So all we need to do that is just do FTP and then the IP address, 192.168.200, and is this 18 or 16? This is 16. Thank you very much for following Jedediah 0024, and thank you very much. You are now a HackerFrog. Why don't you have a fun little hack the planet? Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up!
Okay, so once more, this is number 16. Okay. All right, so we can log in to this FTP service with this username, FTP user, and this password, keep going bro. So we are FTP user, and the password, I'm just going to copy and paste it. Okay, we're logged in, and we need to figure out what is on this FTP server. So it says here that in here there is robots.txt. So we can download this file with the get command. So just get robots.txt and transfer complete. So another little trick we could try is we could try to escape this directory with cd ... So sometimes the FTP is configured so badly that we can escape the current directory by doing cd ... This is not the case for this box, but it's just a little trick, just in case you want to use it on some other CTF box. Okay, let's get out of here. And we see that there's the robots.txt directory over here. Sorry, the file. And let's go ahead and read that file. Okay, so it says user agent disallow this admin secret page xxx.html. So this is an endpoint. So we can actually try to access this page on the web server. Just copy it over. Then over here, we're going to paste in the endpoint. So we've got admin secret notes over here. It says disable the firewall in Windows Defender, enable FTP and SSH, start the Apache server, and don't forget to change the password for user always. Current password is this over here. Change the password for user always. Current password is this. So this looks like another base 64 encoded string, so we can just copy this. And we can try decoding this over on the terminal. So we can do echo and into base 64 decode. We're we're going to paste in the string over here. And it says, "You can't find me." Interesting. All right, so let's reveal what is actually going on in this box. So what's going on in here is we have to use an unusual method to access the box, and that is direct access. So this challenge's intended solve method is to directly access the virtual machine and log in as the FTP user and complete the challenge there. So over here, let me make the virtual machine nice and big. So we've got the virtual machine here, and what we need to do is we need to interact with this virtual machine as if we had physical access to it and log in as the FTP user. So we've got FTP user, we can click on this and we can log in using the FTP user's password. So we previously captured it, and it's "keep going bro" and with 3 exclamation points. So another problem that we have to get around when we're dealing with this box is that this is a Turkish language installation of Windows. So we need to change the keyboard language here. Hold on. Okay. So what we can do, we can actually change the keyboard language by going up to the top left corner over here. So we can change it from Turkish, and we can change it over to English American with this option here. After that, we can punch in the password. So if we try to do this before we change it over to English, so say that we're doing Turkish, and we put in the password, "keep going bro," triple exclamation point, it's going to say it's the wrong password. And the reason why it says it's the wrong password is because the exclamation point is in the wrong place, is in a different place on Turkish keyboards. So we need to change our keyboard to English. So we can go ahead and change our keyboard to English, then try that password again. "Keep going bro," 3 exclamation points, and then click on login. Is that password correct? Let me check it one more time. Okay, it is, what is it? Hold on. "Keep going bro," 3 exclamation points. Let me try that one more time. "Keep going bro," 2, 3 exclamation points. Log in. Okay. So I do not speak Turkish, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close out all these windows. So whenever I see a message, and I'm just going to close out the window. All right, so we've got we have access as the FTP user on this Turkish version of Windows 7. What we're going to do is we're going to open up a command line. So I'm going to go over to this icon, and then in the search bar I'm going to type in CMD, which is going to bring up the command prompt here. I'm going to open this up, and the command prompt is nice and big. Okay, this is what I want. So what we can do is we can, from here, we're going to do our privilege escalation. So we can do "who am I? Who am I?" Oh, okay, so "who am I" is not installed on here. That's fine. We know that we're the FTP user. We can do a little bit of snooping around. We can go into the... we need to change our keyboard. So we can change our keyboard again by going down to the bottom and then pressing on this button over here, which says TR, and then we can change it over to English with this button here. Okay, so we can do... what was I trying to do? Who am I? Okay, we're an FTP user, great. And let's move into C users, and see what users exist over here. So there's the administrator user, the always user, the default app pool user, the FTP user, and the public directory. All right, so let's talk about how we're going to do privilege escalation on this box. So privilege escalation, always install elevated. So always install elevated is a Windows OS system policy that allows Windows installer packages, that is MSI files, to run with admin privileges even if a non-admin user initiates the installation. So we can check for always install elevated setting in the Windows system registry with a couple of different commands, and if we see that this setting, the setting always install elevated, is this value here, which is 0x1 or true, then it's going to be vulnerable to this method of privilege escalation. Okay, so let's go ahead and check for that. So over here, we have to run two different commands. So the first command is going to be regquery, hkcu /software /policies /microsoft /windows /installer /v always install elevated. Okay. Alright, so TGArtist says, doing lookup challenges on TryHackMe, I ran nmap found open port 22 and 80, ran derb on both ports, and IP address, found 403 forbidden. What should I do now to bypass it? 403 forbidden means that you don't have access to that endpoint. So I would work around it and just try to focus on the endpoints that I do have access to. So derb isn't the best directory busting program. You probably want to do something like GoBuster. Let me get you a cheat sheet for that. GoBuster cheat sheet. There you go. I'm just leaving that link in the chat. Okay, so we see here that always install elevated under the HKCU is enabled. This is 01, that means enabled. We're going to give the same command, but instead of HKCU, it's going to be HKLM. So these are two different registries over here. And we see the other always install elevated is also set to true. So that means that this system is vulnerable to always install elevated privilege escalation. Let's talk a little bit more about how we would exploit this. Oops, over here. No, close this. Here. Okay, so what we can do is we can use MSFvenom to create a malicious.msi file, and that file is going to create a new user with admin level access, which we can use to log into the system. So the MSFvenom program, let's go ahead and create the malicious file. So we're just going to do MSFvenom, and we're going to do Windows add user. So basically what the payload is going to do is it's going to add a user to Windows. And the username is going to be, let's call this HackerFrog. We're going to make the HackerFrog user, and we're going to set a password for the HackerFrog user to HackerFrog, like this. Okay. and we're going to set the format. It's going to be an MSI file, and we're going to output it to always.msi. Okay, so we're going to run this msfnm file command. It's going to create a malicious MSI file called always.msi, which we can upload and then run on the target. And because it has the always install elevated permission on the target, it's going to install this with admin level privileges, which means we're going to create our new user, HackerFrog, which has admin level access. Okay, so we create the file. Okay, so now we now have the always.msi malicious file in here, and we're going to upload it using FTP. So we're just going to go, let's just do FTP. We're going to log in as the FTP user, and the password is keep going bro, triple exclamation point. Okay, so from here, we've got robots.txt over here. We're going to upload the always.msi. So it's going to be put space always.msi. Okay, so let's see if it successfully uploaded. I wonder why this didn't transfer over. Okay, you know what? What we can do is we can try getting the, actually, wait, we need to switch, oh, sorry. What we need to do is we need to switch over to binary mode to upload files. Because this is a binary file. So we can do FTP binary, and then we can try putting that file onto the file system again. It didn't work again. Okay. So let's see. How are we going to transfer it over? I guess we could try transferring it over to via FTP. No, via HTTP. So we're going to get out of here, and we're going to start up our Python HTTP server. So Python module HTTP server 80, and what this Python module is going to do is it's going to start up a HTTP server on our attacker box port 80, and from there we can download the file to our target. So let's go ahead and start that, and then we're going to go back to our box here, and I'm going to move into the public directory. So cd/c users public. The reason why I'm moving into the public directory is that the public directory usually has looser file permissions. We can usually download files to this directory. So we see here that this is the contents of the public directory, and let's try downloading to the target. We have to use the certutil command on Windows, and I kind of forget what the syntax is for that. Let me grab my notes. Just a second. Okay. If anybody knows the syntax offhand, you can go ahead and let us know in chat. So write-ups, we've got our... I've been doing this quite a bit, but I keep on forgetting what the syntax is. Windows... Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, we've got ads going on Twitch right now, so while the ads are running, we're not going to be doing any progression on our demonstration, but why don't you check out these birds? We'll be back in a minute. Let me just have a little sip of water. So if anybody doesn't know, these stellar jays, whenever they find peanuts, they like to shake the peanuts around to try to figure out if the peanut is good or not. I'm not too sure how they can figure out if the peanut is good. Maybe they're looking for a peanut that doesn't rattle around too much, which means that the peanut is big. But let's watch. I love this little guy. Anyways, let's put the birds away and let's continue on with our hacking. Okay, so we can use certutil to download the file. Let me clear, and let's use this command here. So it's going to be certutil URL cache -f and then our attacker box IP address. So me 192. Ooh. I didn't have my my numlock on. Certutil URL cache -f HTTP 192.168.205 I think is my IP address, and we're uploading always.msi as always.msi. Whoops. Always.msi. Okay. So we run that command, and then I can't read that. Let's see if it downloaded correctly. So we'll check the contents of the directory here. We have always.msi here. Great. Okay, so we can go ahead and execute the file. Ayanashi says, Ayo, Ayanashi, nice to see you here. And why don't you have one of these? This one is all the things. Drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so before we finish this off, what we need to do is we need to go over to we're gonna use the file explorer. So we're just gonna go over to I don't know which one is this computer. I can't read any of this. Okay, C drive, and then users. Wait, is the users directory not visible? I think I can manually navigate to the users directory here. Users. And then we can click on public. I think this is public. Okay, and we've got the always MSI file over here. We can double click it. And this is going to run the file. It says there's a problem with this Windows installer package. A script required to install this complete could not be run. Check please. Contact your support personnel or package vendor. That's fine. Just because we see an error message doesn't mean that something didn't run successfully. Big Man Ting says this bird will cure all your problems. Well, I mean, I feel good. I feel great, good seeing the birds hop around and being active at the bird feeder, and I'm happy to be able to feed them. Okay, so let's go ahead and log out of here. So I'm not too sure which one is log out. Which I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna look this up on Google Translate. So translate google.com from English to Turkish. English to Turkish. User log out. So it looks like this. I'm gonna look for something that looks like this. let's go ahead. Okay, so is it this one? Okay, I think I logged out. So now we see that there is this other user over here called HackerFrog that exists on the system now. So this should be an administrator level user that we can use to get administrator level access and to complete the challenge. Okay, so we're going to click on this button over here to change our keyboard from Turkish to English, and then we're going to click on the HackerFrog user, and we're going to input our password. And I don't remember what the password was. Let me look that up real quick. The password was HackerFrog, like this. Okay, let me go ahead and put that in. So the password is okay, I'm logging in. Awesome. All right. Okay, now I'm going to change the language from Turkish to English preemptively, and then I'm going to go over to the command. Actually, wait, I don't need to, but I'm just going to make sure that I have admin level access. So I think I need to increase the font size. Oh, that didn't do it. Hold on. It sure is fun interacting with foreign language versions of Windows. Is it like this? No. Okay. Anyways, it might be a little hard to see, but I'm gonna give this command here. It is, oh, it's changed back to Turkish. Okay, so it's whoami/priv. Oh, wow. Actually, I'm looking for whoami, so I'm gonna clear this out. whoami/groups. Okay, so we are in the administrators group, which means we should be able to access any files on the target. All right, so let's go ahead and open up the File Explorer. We're going to go over to C. Oh, it changed over to Turkish again. English. C users administrator. And we're going to go to the desktop directory. Can I go to desktop? Okay, and we see here's the root.txt file that we're supposed to access to finish the challenge. Okay, so we're not going to open up this. We're not going to open this up, but we are going to. Oh, I can't read any of this. Let me go ahead and go to C users administrator desktop. Okay, root.txt is here. If we can access this flag, or we can prove that we can access the flag, we win the challenge. So we do type root.txt and we redirect that into I read root.txt. So if we can create this file, that means we've essentially read the root.txt file and we've completed the challenge. Okay. So I read root.txt is here, so we've finished the challenge. But let's bring out our good friend Scary Hacker Voice Guy to talk about what we used to compromise the machine. So let me change my let me call Scary Hacker Voice Guy over here and let's have him explain it.
Hey, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Guy. Scary Hacker Voice Guy comes out every time we break into a server or compromise it. And let me tell you, Mr. Always Administrator, it's not a very good idea to leave credentials lying around on your web pages and then leaving FTP access. And you know what? It's really weird to ask people to log into the machine physically and then do some mucking around, but we did it. Maybe you knew about these vulnerabilities, including the always install elevated access on the system, but maybe you decided to accept the security risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so everybody, we've finished the box. We're able to get access to the root.txt file by creating a new admin level user on the box called HackerFrog. Anyways, this was a guided walkthrough for the Always machine that is hosted on the hackmyvm.eu website. And if you enjoyed this guided CTF walkthrough for Windows machines, please leave a like and subscribe on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, everybody, that's just a little outro that I need to record for YouTube. We're not actually going anywhere, but we will be doing some CTF challenges now. So there's this platform over here. It's called dockerlabs.es. So I don't know what it is with me and using foreign language hacking sites, but this is dockerlabs.es. It has a bunch of Docker containers that we can hack against, so we need to download. Thank you very much for following Tachanka the Savior. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, and you are now a HackerFrog. Nice to see you. And why don't you have one of these? This is the NAND cap. Okay, so everybody, if you want to follow along with these Docker challenges over here, all you need to do is you need to have a security-oriented version of Linux, so something like a Kali Linux virtual machine, and it has to have Docker installed. So you know that you've got Docker installed on your machine. Let me go ahead and do a little bit cleanup, because we've got all these stray files in here that I don't want to deal with right now. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and do some Docker challenges. So what we need to do for these challenges on dockerlabs.es is download the challenges to our Kali Linux machine. Well, I'm just going to assume that we're using a Kali Linux machine. You could use any machine that you want as long as it has Docker on it. And so, was anybody here when we did the Hedgehog machine? If you were here when we did the Hedgehog machine, please let us know in the chat. Ronan says, hi Ronan, nice to see you here. And yeah, let's see, I think, were you here last time? Not sure, but why don't you have one of these? This is the frog song. Okay, it seems like that alert was a bit loud. If you found it a bit loud, let us know in the chat. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit that so that it's not super loud. Is this the FTL OST? Yes, we've got the FTL OST running on the running as background music for the stream. Let's see. Let me edit the frog song. Let's make that a little softer. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to download the next challenge. So I guess if other people weren't here for the Hedgehog challenge, then I won't explain how we solved that challenge last time. But Dex2Time says, can you move the screen just a tad to the right, please? Which screen are you talking about? I'm not. Well, the overlay is kind of fixed. I can't really move the screen. It's because if I move the screen, it kind of breaks the overlay. But sorry about that. Okay, so let's continue. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna download this next Docker container over here. Rona says, some car played music this week that reminded me of the Crazy Frog. Really? That's interesting. I kind of found that sound clip on a free music site. Anyways, this challenge is called Baraz Wara. Baraz. I don't know if this is a word in Spanish or not, but it says CTF at the end here. So what we're going to do is we're going to download this Docker container, and then we're going to deploy it, and then we're going to hack against it. So let's go ahead and do that. So we've got our mega link over here. We're going to download the file, and then we're going to deploy it. So if anybody's looking for this website, it's over here. Okay, so the file has finished downloading. It's going to be in the downloads directory. So let's go ahead and go to the downloads directory. So we've got the zip file here. We need to unzip it. So if anybody knows, is this a word in Spanish? Let me go ahead and look that up real quick. Spanish to English. Okay. Seems that we don't know what that word is. Anyways, let's unzip the file. And then we see here that there's this tar file that's been unzipped, and we also have this auto deploy script over here. So all we need to do to start up the container is to run the auto deploy script. It's like this for all the other challenges on dockerlabs.es as well. So all we need to do is make the auto deploy script executable, and then run the auto deploy script along with the name of the tar file. So this. Okay. So it says here in Spanish, estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento. I think it says deploying the vulnerable machine, and I think this says please wait a minute. I'm not completely sure. If anybody here speaks Spanish, then you can let us know exactly what the message is. Okay, so it says the machine has been deployed. The IP address is this one over here. So what we can do is, just to make sure that this has been deployed, is we can do docker ps, and we see that the container is running right now. Okay, and on the other tab it says that this is the IP address. Femyuki says, where are you getting these Spanish labs? I found a number of Spanish labs. So Docker Labs is a Spanish language lab, which I also found from the hackerslabs.com, which is another Spanish language website. And what else? hackmyvm.eu is also a Spanish language website. So these are a trio of Spanish language websites that I've been using over the past couple months. Anyways, let's go back to our challenge. So the machine is at 172.17.02. We can run nmap against it. More Spanish, please. Vladimir Volkov says, howdy, y'all. Yup. And welcome to the stream, Vladimir Volkov. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about the Stellar Jay? These are my favorite birds. Oh. Okay, so let's run nmap against this Docker container. Oh, that's not it. What was the IP address? It's this one. Okay, so it looks like we only have port 80 and port 22 running on the system. Usually what we do is we exploit a service on port 80 and then we get the credentials for SSH on port 22. Akagi Tsune says, is this Kali Linux? Yeah, we're running Kali Linux right now. And but I named my machine HackerFrogs because we are the HackerFrogs, and my username is the Shy Hat. Akagi Tsune says, I have not opened it yet because it gave me a warning. Which warning? What did you open when it gave you a warning? Are you talking about Kali Linux or are you talking about something else? Please let us know what you were opening up. Okay, so let's go ahead and access the website on port 80. We might need to do some more sophisticated web enumeration, but first of all, let's just look at the website by itself. So we're just going to go over to here. It says Tails. What? What is going on? It says the site doesn't have a title. Okay. It gives me a security warning. Are you saying that when you opened up Kali Linux, it gave you a security warning? Was the security warning from Windows Defender? Because Kali Linux has a bunch of security tools and stuff. It also has malicious payloads and stuff, so it might get detected by Windows Defender. But you have to trust that there's no security problem with Kali Linux. If there was, that would be a really big problem because all the cybersecurity professionals use Kali Linux, and that would be a very bad thing. If there was something legitimately bad on Kali Linux. Okay, so okay. So on the web page it says Tails. If we take a look here, it doesn't say anything. This looks very similar to the previous challenge. You can also verify the hash. The SSH, the SHA hash, right. So to Kagi Tsune, when you go over to the get Kali, kali.org, and you download the Kali Linux machine, so get Kali. So you probably want to get like a virtual machine image. Let me ask you, Akagi Tsune, what form of Kali Linux are you trying to use? Are you trying to use the virtual machine version or the installer image or something else? Let us know. Okay, so let's run derb on the IP address and see if we can get some additional information. So we only have index.html and we have server status. I downloaded the installer image. So when you say installer image, oh, this one, you mean the ISO? So if you, okay, so how do you want to install Kali Linux? Are you going to install it on your laptop, or are you going to try to use a virtual machine? If you're using a virtual machine, you probably want to use a virtual machine image instead of the instead of this over here, instead of the ISO file. So you want to go over to the installer image. PC. Oh, you want to. I actually don't recommend. The installer image will overwrite your current operating system, so I don't suggest you use that unless you have a burner PC. So if you want to install it on PC, there's nothing stopping you, but I recommend that you install Kali Linux as a virtual machine because when you're experimenting with cybersecurity stuff, there are a lot of opportunities to screw up your OS installation. So what I would do is I would install Kali Linux as a virtual machine and take a snapshot. And then if you manage to screw up your Kali Linux virtual machine, you can always restore to a snapshot. It's probably the better way to do Kali Linux. That's just my opinion, though. Okay, so we scanned on Derb. Next, we'll scan on Nikto. So we've got Apache 2.459. This isn't. Are we just supposed to do some SSH brute forcing? Because that seems pretty bad. Okay, let's do curl. And then let's get very verbose output. Oh, what is this? imagain.jpg. Oh, you know what? I think I might need to... I think the problem here is that all of these Docker containers use the same IP address. So, so the reason why we got that previous output was because it was using a cached version of the web page. So now we get this. So Kinder Surprise. This kind of screams out to me that this could be, we need to download this image. So this image, we can copy it and we can download it to our own machine and then do some investigation. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're just going to wget this file here. Huh. Copy the image. Copy image link. Okay. Okay, so now that we've got the image copied over, we're just going to use exif tool to examine the image. Okay, so we've got a username. So it seems like these challenges really like SSH brute forcing because they don't give us a password, they only give us a username, so we can use this username and then we can do some SSH brute forcing. So before I do our SSH brute forcing to try to figure out the password for this user, let's echo out to users.txt. So we captured this username, and what we need to do is we need to get rid of the SSH information for the hosts. So in this case, we're going to do SSH keygen, and we're going to get rid of these hosts, this host, because the Docker containers keep on using the same IP address, and if we keep on using the same IP address for SSH, it's going to give us a bunch of weird error messages. So we can go ahead and get rid of this. Yeah, this is the same IP address. We're going to get rid of this. And then, oh, we've got ads running on Twitch. So let's pull up the birds again. So how about these birds? I love these birds. Okay, so we'll be back in about a minute, and I'm just gonna have a little drink. Just a second, everybody. Vladimir Volkov says he's mad because there's no whole peanuts in that dish. I think he's mad. I think he's mad because the other Stellar J got too close. So these Stellar J's, they usually don't get along in close quarters. Well, they actually get along okay when they're in close quarters when they're babies, but when they're adults, they prefer to have their own space. But but yeah, it is really fun watching these guys fly around and grab peanuts. They're not usually eating the peanuts right away. They're usually grabbing them. They grab like a bunch of them in their mouth and then they fly off somewhere and then hide them. It's a behavior known as food caching, and you see a lot of birds do that. Iced Patch Sec. Iced Patch Sec, thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now a HackerFrog, and welcome. Let's go ahead and give you a fun little redeem. How about the Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Okay, so let's continue. So everybody, these challenges really love SSH brute forcing, so we're going to have to do some more SSH brute forcing in this case. So we found in the image that we downloaded inside the EXIF tool metadata, we found this username. So we're just going to use this username and we're going to brute force the password for this user on SSH on the system. So we're just going to run Hydra, and we're going to supply a username, which is this one here. We're going to supply a IP address, and we're going to supply a word list. Thank you very much for following. Dex2 times 2. Ice Patch Sec says, I had a Commodore 128, thank you very much. Did they make one of those? I don't even know. I did own a Commodore 64 when I was a kid. I didn't do very much programming on it, but it was fun for games. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this this brute force attack. So I'm going to give this 64 threads, just to make sure it's nice and fast, because otherwise SSH brute forcing can be very, very slow. Oh, we found it was the most obvious password ever. Okay, so password 123456. So let's go ahead and try to log in to the server as Baraz Wara. If anybody knows the significance of this name, please let us know, because I have no idea. Okay, so SSH as Barazuwara. Is that how you spell it? Okay, 172.17.02. All right. Let's go ahead and log in. Whoops, that's not the right IP address. Okay, continue connecting, yes. The password is 123456. Okay, we're logged in now. We're in. So we can call out Scary Hacker Voice Man. Hold on, everybody.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. You decided it would be okay to leave your username inside of an image on your website, huh? Well, big mistake. Maybe you knew about these security flaws, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now we're in.
Okay, so the first thing we want to do when we arrive on one of these boxes that we've stolen the credentials for is we like to find out if we have sudo permissions with any of the commands on the system. So we run this sudo-l command, and it says this user may run the following commands on this container here. As the root user with no password, we can run bin bash. So this is a very trivial privilege escalation vector. So because we can run sudo with the shell program like bash, we can basically start up a new shell, which is a new terminal with root permissions. So all we need to do to become the root user is sudo bash, is just sudo bash. And after we give this command, we're going to become the root user. So right now, we do who am I, it's this. But once we run sudo bash, we are now the root user. Okay, which means we can do this redeem.
What are you? I'm system root.
So Vladimir Volkov asks, what does the L mean? So sudo L, I think the L stands for list, so list sudo commands, or list sudo permissions. If we do sudo -- help, we're going to see a list. Okay, so -L is list users privileges, or check a specific command. So this is very common. This is a very common thing to check when you're doing CTF boxes like this. List, yes, Cypher Enigma. Thank you very much for chiming in, and let's give you a fun redeem. Oh, my music. Let's keep it going. Man, we're running out of redeems that we haven't done yet. If anybody knows what this meme is, let us know.
Is this a hacking?
Okay, so everybody, after we've become the root user, the last thing we need to do to prove that we have complete control over the box is just move into the root directory. So we've got our, oh, there was an SSH directory for root as well. So, but there's nothing in this directory. Okay. Alright, so because we have access to the root directory here, and we are the root user, we've effectively finished the exercise. For these particular CTF challenges, there are no flags. There's no user flag. There's no root flag. That simplifies things a bit. So all we need to do is say, "Hooray, we won!" and we get out of here. So DW root password as 45678. No password reuse here. Well, okay, we could take a look at the. Oh, you know what we could do? We could do a little bit of password cracking. So we could look at the etc shadow file. And oh, there's no password for root. So we actually can't crack the password for the root user because the root user doesn't have password login. Okay. Cybernerd Dante says, "Good morning, peoples. Happy hacking." Cybernerd Dante, is it morning where you are? I don't think I've ever figured out where you live. You must live in Europe. Still no password reuse. Well, I think one of these challenges is probably going to have password reuse eventually. But anyways, let's get out of here. And let's start the next challenge. So first of all, I'm going to flush the SSH for this IP address. Where did I do that? Here. So I'm just going to flush it. And then I'm going to download the next challenge. So over here, we're going to kill our Docker container. Cypher Enigma says, "Sorry, my joke was." Let's see. I live under you. I'm just saying good morning regardless of the time. And hey, Vladimir on YouTube. Hey, nice to see that everybody's talking to each other. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. SimsFan2024. Nice to see you here. You're now HackerFrog. And why don't you have a hack the planet, because that's what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so just to do a little bit of housekeeping here, I'm just going to get rid of these. I'm just going to get rid of these files before I download the next ones, and let's download the next file. So the next challenge is going to be the vacaciones. How do you pronounce this? Is vacaciones? Is it vacaciones? Is it vacaciones or vacaciones? I have no idea. Let's download this. Okay, so this is the next Docker challenge. We're just going to download it. And then let's start up the container. I think we haven't downloaded yet. How about now? Okay, so it's here. So let's unzip this thing. Make the auto deploy script executable. Okay. So let's deploy the vulnerable. I'm actually very impressed with how easy it is to deploy these vulnerable Docker containers. And each one of these Docker containers is actually pretty small as well. So they average around 150 megabytes, but some of the larger ones can get around to 500 megabytes, but that's very rare. Okay, so we've got 172.17.02 as usual. Let's go ahead and check out that web page and see what's going on there. Let's reload the page. Is there nothing here? Oh, wait. Juan para Camilo Teje dejado un correo es importante. So es importante is important. I don't know the rest of this message. It's in Spanish. We can always throw this into Google Translate. Okay. From Juan to Camilo, I left you an email. It's important. Okay. So we've got two usernames. We've got Juan and Camilo. Let's go ahead and add that to our users.txt file. Users.txt. We've got Juan and Camilo. Okay. So we can also do an nmap scan on this particular port. Hold on. Here. Where's my nmap scan? Here we go. Let's run this. So there's only port 22 and port 80. So it looks like we're doing more brute forcing. Okay, so before I do the actually I'll do the brute forcing now, and so we're going to brute force with the users.txt file. That's going to do brute forcing with each of the users inside that file. So the one user and the Camilo user is going to do brute forcing against both of those users using the rocku.txt file here. And we're going to be using Hydra, of course. And let's figure out if we can get one of their passwords. So I'm gonna watch and make sure that we don't get a password right away for SSH. Okay, so it looks like we don't get an immediate login. Okay, let's go ahead and do some web enumeration. So web enumeration is here, and let's do derb. I should have this memorized at this point. So 172.17.02. Okay, so we're scanning for different endpoints on this target. It's not especially fast. This is a little bit slower than... oh, there's a JavaScript directory. I didn't notice any JavaScript, so there's... Let's go ahead and try out that directory. Hold on. Server status, JavaScript. Here. JavaScript. You don't have permission to access this resource. Okay, well, I tried. So we've got derb running here. Let's see if we were able to... So we weren't able to brute force any passwords so far. So this is actually... I think that's good, because if brute forcing the SSH login is the solution for every one of these challenges, that gets a little bit boring. Okay, so we've got jQuery inside of the JavaScript directory. What else? I guess we could also... Let's rename this. Let's call this GoBuster. Okay, we're going to try GoBuster. And in this case... 172.17.02, was that it? 172.17.02, okay. Okay, so we need to look for a number of file extensions. So we can look for TXT files, HTML files, for JavaScript files, because apparently there's JavaScript on here. Let's look for PHP files. Not sure what else we could look for. If anybody has any suggestions, let us know. But let's go ahead and look for user share word lists, dirbuster. Okay. Let's see. Cypher Enigma asks, is POP or SMTP exposed? Hydra is for spraying brute force. Hydra is for online cracking. John the Ripper is for offline cracking. Yeah. So Hydra is used for online brute forcing attacks, and John the Ripper is used for offline brute forcing attacks, otherwise known as cracking. Yeah, that's exactly it. Okay, so we've got the GoBuster running here. Nmap wasn't able to find any other ports aside from port 80 and 22. So that thing about emails, I'm not too sure. Maybe there's an emails endpoint. Or maybe there's a Juan or Camilo endpoint. Let's try that out. So let's try Camilo. There's no Camilo endpoint. How about a Juan endpoint? There's no Juan endpoint either. How about email? Okay. Well, let's take a look at the message again. An important email. Not sure what that reference is. So Hydra's not picking up on anything right now. GoBuster wasn't able to find anything important. There's this JavaScript directory. There's a jQuery directory as well. Oh, sorry about that. It's, my chair is a bit squeaky. If anybody has any suggestions, I'm open to them. Juan and Camilo, there's an important email. We weren't able to find any common endpoints. Actually, we should try Nikto. Nikto? Okay, so this is an Apache server. So no CGI directories. We should also try accessing the page with curl. So I'm just going to go to another. Let's try curl. So curl. Let's see if there's anything unusual in the headers. I don't see anything unusual in these headers. GoBuster hasn't found anything super important yet. Defus Mardernis Leben says the JavaScript jQuery endpoint is status 200. Okay, let's check that out. It's not usually the first thing I look to, but it's the only positive we were able to find, so we might as well check this out. Okay, so jQuery JavaScript library. So we've got a software version. We can try checking to see if this version of jQuery is vulnerable to any known exploits. Let's go ahead and do that. Over here. Search exploit. Vladimir Volkov asks, Ad, this time are you able to do anything with port 22? Port 22, we've been doing some brute forcing attacks, but we haven't found anything yet. So let's look for jQuery 321 for search exploit. Nope, nothing here. How about 3.2? Nothing there either. Okay. Distorted, very sorry to hear that that you lost your job today. Wait, why are you smiling? Are you? Well, I mean, are you? Is this a good thing? Please, please let us know. And welcome to the stream. Hey, why don't you have a War Games on me?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so Distorted says it feels great to be free. Well, I'm glad to hear that that you see this as a good thing. You could probably look for new, more fun positions now. Are you looking to get into cybersecurity, Distorted? And if so, what kind of job are you looking for? Let us know in the chat. And what else? Sindlead says, now I can sell my solution advanced compared to Akamai and AWS DNS firewalls for APT malwares and C2 running in Linux kernel. Oh, yeah, I think I remember you talking about this the last stream. NB Neil BN says, hello, NB Neil BN, nice to see you here. And why don't we give you a fun little redeem? How about, man, I've got too many of these, but I really like the Nyan Cat. What are we doing today? We're hacking. So we're hacking against vulnerable Docker containers. So there's this website over here called dockerlabs.es, and we can download vulnerable Docker containers. And then we can deploy the Docker containers, and then we can hack against them. Right now, we're trying to figure out what the vulnerability is on this box. Haven't found it yet. So the name of the challenge over here is called Vacations. I think this is what vacaciones or vacaciones. And I'm just going to make sure that this means vacation, because, you know, I've been wrong before. Whoops. Vacaciones. Vacation. Okay, great. Vacaciones. Vacaciones? Okay, great. Thank you. Are you trying to priv-esc out of the container or just break in? We're trying to break into the container first, and then afterwards we're going to try our privilege escalation. We managed to find 2 usernames on the system through this little message over here. So, Dewan para Camilo te he dejado un correo es importante. Correo, does this mean email? This means email, right? And we've got 2 usernames, Juan and Camilo. It means mail or email. Okay, so they use the same word for both. So it looks like we haven't managed to find a valid username by brute forcing yet. I'm kind of wary because one of the unfortunate things is that sometimes for these challenges they have brute forcing as the legitimate way of getting in, but they've used words at the end of the rocku.txt list, which means it would take like a full day to be able to, well, for me to be able to brute force it. And I'm not waiting 24 hours to solve some CTF challenge. It seems like, it seems a bit excessive. So if this, I'm not sure what else we can do here. Wait. What is the word for correo? Is that the word for mail, email? I can try this as the name of an endpoint. So I'm just going to copy this. Just try rocku but backwards. What would rock? Do you know how we would do it in reverse order? Okay, there's no correo directory. So did we find any hidden directories using GoBuster or dir search? We haven't found anything so far, and we're almost finished with this. The only thing we did find was the Java. You know what? I could try using the directory list big list instead of the medium one. Let me try that next. Distorted says, I haven't released my new research yet. What are you researching, Distorted? Let me know. Do you work in the cybersecurity industry? Do you have TAC? TAC? TAC. Oh wait, you mean the This is write the file to standard output, last line first. Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, we could create a backwards rocku.txt list, but the list is pretty big. Okay, so it would be tac, and then what was it? It would be user share wordless, rocku.txt, and we would, I guess, we would save that as user share wordless rev rocku.txt, right? Permission denied. Well, let's do sudo in front of it then. Permission denied still? Wait, I did sudo. Why don't you feel okay? Let me try becoming the root user first. I don't think you can sudo that. Okay, let's become the root user. And then let's try that. Okay, done. Done. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and get out of Hydra here. And let's try the rev rocku instead. Anyways, depends on if it's a binary versus a bash utility. Ken PDX says, try Simon Says. Simon Says? You mean to get into to get into the server? Distorted says, my recent works are AI and security. AI and security. Have you tried using AI agents yet? So stuff like let's see, what is it called? Claude AI computer use. Have you tried stuff like that before? Because I'm actually trying to get into it. I want to try to use the AIs to do stuff on the computer. Okay, let's switch back to our Shy Hat user. Yeah, wasn't able to find anything. Let's try the big list instead. Oops. Locate. So, directory list 2.3 big. Let's go ahead and try the big list. Oops, where are we? GoBuster is here. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Distorted says, unfortunately replacing myself. Yeah, well, you know, when you develop AI, you're contributing to replacing yourself, I guess. Akade Sune, for the username and password, you just type in the name and pass. Are you talking about the, are you talking about installing Kali Linux? So there should be, the username should be Kali, and the password should be Kali by default on Kali Linux. So it's Kali for the username and the password as well. Let's see, NB Neil BN, how often do you do cyber challenges on stream? This is all we do. All we do is cybersecurity stuff. I focus on beginner level cybersecurity challenges. And we mostly use platforms like TryHackMe and Hack the Box. Hold on. Okay, still haven't found anything. NB Neil says, based, how long have we been doing this? What about cyber in general? What about cyber in general? So I've been live streaming cybersecurity stuff for about a year, and I'm trying to develop an education program to get people into cybersecurity on a very basic level, like beginner level challenges for all sorts of different cybersecurity topics, like, you know, like digital forensics or web app hacking and cryptography, basic Linux, basic Python, stuff like that. What does that mean? When are you live team hunt? Distorted says live team hunt. Can you? I want to do cybersecurity. Akage Sune, that's great. What do you want to do inside of cybersecurity? There are a bunch of different jobs inside the industry. You probably want to figure out what job you want to aim for before you start doing specialized training. But let's see. I think this is. Yeah, it looks like we're not getting anywhere. We're doing GoBuster. We found all the same stuff. Where's the Discord server? Oh, my Discord server? We don't have a Discord server. We do have we've got a Reddit. Hold on. It's going to be Reddit HackerFrogs. Where are we? Here we are. Vladimir Volkov says, I'll bring a flipper and a pineapple. Let's go mess some stuff up. Distorted and Vladimir, do you know each other in real life? Or are you guys just talking about stuff for fun? Okay, so here you go. This is the Reddit over here. What's the Discord? I rarely use it. We don't use Discord over here. IcoBit asks, what field of cybersecurity would I go into if I like soldering? So if you like soldering, there is, so there's physical device cybersecurity as well, and it usually has to do with like IoT devices. And let me see if I can look up something on YouTube. So the YouTube isn't usually great on Kali Linux, but let's see if we can look up something real quick. So I'm not very familiar with the physical side of security as far as like devices are concerned, but we can look up something real quick. Let's just look up cyber security. Let's just do soldering. And let's see what pops up. Okay. So HackerBox soldering electronics. Interesting. So soldering an RFID module. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's check out this person's channel. Hey, that's me. I'm on YouTube. Okay, how to learn to solder. Interesting. Well, I think I'll just throw these results at you. Go ahead and give it a try. Okay, what do we got? Nothing. Okay, we might. Man, I might move on to the next challenge because we're not finding anything. We're not managing to brute force anything here either. But Chivren says that Joe Grand has some good hardware hacking material. Joe Grand. Let's try looking up that person's channel. I've heard that of that channel before. Joe Grand. Vladimir Volkov says, I'm waiting for my front door to be blown off. Hopefully they have a good offer for me. Okay, so Joe Grand. Ways to brick your hardware. Hardware hacking with Joe Grand. This looks interesting. Let me leave the link in the chat in case you guys want to take a look at it. Hardware hacking basics. Okay. Yeah, these look really good. IcoBit also says, I've actually been trying to get a bit into soldering as a hobby of myself and Kali Linux stuff. Okay, great. Let me, let's see. I think we might skip this challenge because we're getting stuck. And what else could we do? I don't think this is supposed to be a very easy challenge, so the method of getting in should not be super complicated. Anyways, let's move on to the next challenge. We'll shut this down. I might come back to this later in my own time to figure out what the heck is going on. But in the meantime, let's move on to the next challenge. Okay, let's do some cleanup. Matt Brown is top-notch. Deserted says it's not something you should dive into just yet, trust me. Are we talking about soldering? Because I don't know anything about soldering. It is something I want to get into eventually, but let's move on to the next challenge over here. So that was vacations. We didn't finish that challenge. Let's do this last challenge in the very easy category. This one's called Obsession. So we will download the file. It's very small, so it shouldn't take too long. And then let's set up for the next challenge. Our web enum, get out of here. Let's reset our terminals. Okay, so we've got the file here. Let's unzip it, and then let's use the auto deploy. Financially draining if not properly sure of intent. Soldering is very useful. Yeah, I've always wanted to get into electronics, but I'm kind of learning a lot more about software stuff right now. But what do we got? We've got so it's on the same IP address again. This is a different challenge now. We're now doing the obsession challenge. Let's go ahead and check that out. Okay, what is this? That's a lot of text. This is mucho texto. Let's go ahead and copy this and see what it's saying in the Google Translate. I'm a computer scientist. I'm a personal trainer. To get to know me a little better, click here. So this is someone who really likes to work out, and they're trying to sell some sort of course. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go ahead and let's navigate to the link on the web page. Where are we? Here. What is the... Okay. Wait, this is somebody's actual webpage. This is somebody's actual webpage. And this person's name is Juan Carlos. Okay. Let's add that to the username, to the users. So and Juan Carlos, Juan_Carlos. Let's save this out. Let's see. Valerie Wolfhouse says, I want to hack cell phones. I recently acquired a Celebrite Touch and broke the damn charging port. Huh. So, I haven't done any mobile forensic stuff, but it is something that I'm very interested in, because you can go to a bunch of different places and pick up like used mobile devices, used laptop computers and stuff, and you could try to figure out what's on those hard drives. It sounds like a lot of fun. You could find some pretty scary stuff actually, but you might be able to find some gold, some gems as well. Maybe you could find some cryptocurrency that somebody left on their device.Maybe. Who knows? It could be some fun times indeed, or maybe it could be very, very scary. Anyways, let's go ahead and do some additional enumeration on this target. So we've got nmap. Oh, there's port 21. This isn't something we've encountered before. So port 21. Well, we haven't encountered on these type of targets yet. So let's see. We've got FTP. We might not have anonymous login allowed. Okay, great. That means this is probably the way in. So let's access FTP on the target. Crypto on the phone is demonic work. That's dope. I love AI. What's the reservation on selling? Okay, let's do FTP and let's do anonymous login. Oh, there's some stuff in here. Okay. So chat Gonza and pendientes.txt. Let's download both of these. Pendientes. Thank you very much for redeeming the SJ redeem. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get out of here. So what's in these files? So the chat Gonza file has... Okay, I'm gonna need to translate these. Gonza and Rasoski. So these are names that we can add to the users as well. So users.txt, Gonza and Rasoski. Gonza Rusowski. All right. Vladimir Volkov says, crypto, yes, there's millions on phones waiting to be found. Well, I don't know. The sorts of offensive entanglement, no quantum required. Okay, I need to translate the conversation over here. So let's go over to Google Translate, and how do we clear? I think we can clear with this button. Okay. But is this Nagora really as pretty as you say? She's a real princess. I even made a video and everything. I have uploaded it and have the URL saved on my computer on a safe route. Now, when we meet, I'll show you if we want. This is pretty. This is kind of sus. Wow, the truth is you were right. That girl is beautiful. She doesn't go below 9. By the way, good workout. What is happening? These are two bros talking, I guess. I told you. You already know that I have good taste for these things, and yes, good training today. Anyways, not Mr. Robot themed. Sounds interesting. Lol. Okay, well. Nagore. Maybe Nagore is another name we need to look out for. So let's go ahead and add that to the users list. Okay, so let's check out the other. We captured another file. The other file was pendientes. What does that mean? Earrings. Earrings? Okay. Something about a voucher for the EJPT V2 certification. Okay, so this seems like a pretty interesting box. It's got a little bit more personality than the other ones that we've. The frat is hacked. The frat is hacked. Buy EJPT2 certification voucher as soon as possible. Increase the price of my online consultations on the web. Finish my vulnerable lab for Docker Labs platform. Change some settings on my computer. I think I have certain permissions enabled that are not entirely safe. Okay, well, it doesn't necessarily tell us very much. But let's try our SSH brute force attack. So we'll do SSH. No, we'll do Hydra. And we'll do RockU. The problem is that there are too many users. We've got too many users. We should probably edit down the list of users to just Gonza, Rosowski, and Nagore, because those are the most likely usernames. So let's go ahead and try to brute force with this list over here. And in the meantime, we can do some web enumeration. So let's do derb. There's a backup and an important directory here. Okay, so we can go ahead and check out those two directories. So backup and important. You know, I'm surprised that with all of this, I'm surprised there's no robots.txt. Yeah, there's no. Okay, so we can check out the backup directory. There's a backup.txt, so we can just access it here. What is this? Okay. This says username for all my services Rosowski, changing soon. So Rosowski is the username, so we can probably stop attacking with any other names. So instead of users.txt, we're just going to use the username Rosowski. Okay, so there was the backup directory, which had that node. was the important directory. Important.md. Okay, let's access it. What are we talking about here? So this we sure do like our big heavy text, huh? Okay, let's figure out what's going on in this document. Hacker manifestos, conscience of the hacker. One more has been caught today. Okay. Let's see. Vladimir Volkov says, ChatGPT has taught me boatloads. I tell it everything on my own devices and networks, and it tells me exactly how to do it. After about 2 or 3 warnings that I violate the terms of use. Guess we'll find out. Going to make me cook. Vladimir Volkov, ChatGPT is great for indexing. We've got all this stuff over here. You know what? I've got a feeling that the password... Oh, okay, we found the password. Alright, let's log in as the Rusowski user. So, SSH into this box. Okay, we managed to brute force the SSH password for the Rusowski user. The password is I love me. I love me. Oh, okay. Alright. This system has been minimized by removing packages and content that are not required in the system. Okay. That's great. Let's figure out what sudo permissions we have. So root with no password, we can run vim. Okay, so this is a pretty simple privilege escalation. Vim is a terminal text editor, and I'm pretty sure vim can be used to run commands. So we can do sudo vim and then run bin bash, right? No. Okay, let's get out of here. There was a one-liner, I'm pretty sure. Let's look it up on what was it? It was called GTFO bins. GTFO bins. Okay. And let's look for vim. So vim, if we have got sudo, we can do sudo vim. Ah, okay, like this. So this is the one-liner that'll give us shell access with vim and sudo. Password length is important for SSH configs. I agree. I think you should have a password that is at least 12 characters long, preferably longer than 16 characters. Okay, so who are we? We are now root. Great. Alright, so that's why length is important. That's correct. Okay, so let's call out Scary Hacker Voice Man again.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. I'm back because we just broke into this server. Huh. Well, Mr. Obsession Administrator, looks like your weird and narcissistic entries in your blog and all that other stuff has been your undoing. You decided to use a common password for your SSH login. Big mistake. We cracked your password using the Hydra program, and then we logged in and found that you had sudo permissions with the Vim text editor. We took advantage of that and logged in and used it to become the root user. And now we're root.
Alright, so we're the root user now. We just need to move into the root directory, and oh, okay, we've got a... video. So they were talking about the video of this girl in their messages over here. I wonder if there's some adult content. There's probably I doubt that there's adult content in here, but we can try reading it just for fun. Oh, they've got a YouTube short here. Okay. Well, if anybody feels like looking at this YouTube short, I'll just paste it in the chat. There you go. That's probably going to be some sort of troll video. Anyways, I'll take a look at I'll take a look in an incognito tab. What? It's just a girl? Okay. It's just some thirst trap video. All right. Okay. Anyways, we al fin lo termine están hermosa. Hermosa means brother, right? This. There was just so much text. I finally finished it. It's so beautiful. Hermosa doesn't mean brother. It means hermanos. Hermanos means brother. Hermosa means beautiful. Okay. Right, Shivrin, thank you very much. And Revisualize says, hey, hello, hello. Nice to see you guys here. And yeah, thank you very much. So beauty is hermosa. Hermano is brother. It seems kind of... It's interesting that those two words are so close together. I guess brothers are beautiful. Anyways, let's get out of here. And let's finish the challenge. Okay, that's one more challenge done. Let's move on to the next level of challenges now. I think we've got about an hour left of stream to do. And this feels pretty good. Let's keep on going. Let's shut down the machine, and let's reset our terminals. Cultures are cultures, fam. Yeah, I guess so. Well, I mean, I don't know very much about Spanish. Well, I mean, there are a lot of different Spanish-speaking countries, and we can't say that all of the Spanish-speaking countries have the same culture. That's like saying that every English-speaking country has the same culture. That's not true. Let's get rid of these files here. Revisualize says, how do you learn Wireshark enough to be able to do digital forensics? What are recommendations on upskilling in Wireshark? Me and Wireshark are not the best of friends. There's a course. So there's a course that you can access from Hack the Box Academy. Intro to Network Traffic Analysis course. So this is, I think this is free. I think the course is free. Why don't you check it out? Here's the link. But Hack the Box Academy has some pretty good stuff on it in general. There are a number of different Wireshark things on TryHackMe as well. Revisualize says, nice, thank you. Trying to upskill a bunch in stuff not to be replaced by LLM. Well, I mean, you have to specialize, I think. Generalists are more likely to be replaced by LLMs than specialists. So I would specialize. Wireshark. What is it? Okay, so Wireshark stuff. Most of these are paid rooms, but the membership over at the monthly membership at TryHackMe is pretty reasonable. But check these out. Okay, let's download the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be So we've run out of very easy challenges, so we're going to move on to the... So the very easy challenges are done. Let's move on to the easy challenges. And we'll go in order. There's a lot of these. Let's start at the top. So the first one here is the Psycho Challenge. I hope it's not scary, because I scare easily. Anyways, let's download the file. And then... let's get rid of the SSH keys for this IP address. Okay, so let's take a look. And we haven't downloaded the thing yet. Let's get rid of these pcaps. Pcap. Let's get rid of these PDFs. And okay, so we've got it. Psycho, unzip that thing. And then we will use the auto deploy script to deploy the Psycho container. Great. Okay, so we should be... It's always the same IP address. I wish they'd use different IP addresses, but I guess they want to stay consistent. Okay, let's take a look at what's on the webpage, if there's anything. Let's refresh the page. I love Docker Labs, join now. To Silo, I wonder if this is a username we should be keeping track of. Book your visit. There's nothing on this page. Welcome to the CTF. What is this stuff? Let me translate this line. Where did my Google Translate go? Let's see. Vladimir Volkov, does anybody know why I can't open the conversation box on the computer? All this has been my phone, but on my PC the open panel button is grayed out. Can you? Why don't you let us know what the issue was? Okay, so this is World of Candy. World of Candy? I want a world of candy. Okay. Oh, what was the name of that user? So the user's name is... I wasn't looking at the right side of the screen. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so T. Lucillo. Let's try a couple of variations on this username. Okay, so T. Lucillo, T. Lucillo. Okay. Distorted, you were looking at a Reddit? Or you were looking for the HackerFrogs Reddit or another Reddit? Okay, so there's nothing... These links don't lead anywhere. Let's do our Nmap scan. Here we go. Okay, we got port 80 and port 22, as usual. It looks like we're not going to be finding anything else, so let's go ahead and do our web enumeration. So we found an assets directory. So let's go ahead and access it. Background.jpg. Okay. So that indicates to me that we probably want to take a look, closer look at this file. So I'm just going to copy the link and download it. And let's use EXIF tool to take a look at the image. So nothing super interesting yet. Let's take a look using strings. We still have hacking. We still have hacking? Okay, so wait, was this background image on the page? Let me check it out. This is the background image, right? Okay, so we can... Yeah, so this is the background image. All right. Let's try looking at Icto. Web server returns a valid response with junk HTTP methods, which could cause false positives. So the version of the Apache server is not super relevant here. Let's try some GoBuster. Okay. We found the assets directory again. .php. Ooh, what else did we find? No, nothing super interesting. Let's try our brute forcing attack. Users.txt. Okay. So, what else? Assets. Maybe this is the name of an endpoint. Caramello. Nope. Oh, you know what? There's there aren't very many words on this page, but we could try making up a word list for out of these words. So we can use the cool command. Where is it? Here. Cool, and we can direct it to 1702 and redirect it into webpage words.txt. Okay, so these are all the words from the website. We could use this as either usernames or passwords. These might be passwords. Okay. We've got SSH running over here, and let's get rid of that. And instead, we're going to use the web page words. Okay, looks like didn't work. Okay. Another thing we can do is we can use this as for endpoints. So we can use ffuf. And we can send it to, what was it? HTTP 72.17.02 fuzz. Okay, didn't find anything. That's fine. Defis Modernes Leben says, I think you have to use the uppercase L in Hydra if you want to pass a list of users. Oh, right. You're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. Okay. But it's not a very long list. Man. No valid passwords found. Okay. So what could be... Okay, let's investigate further into the background image over here. Let's get rid of this other image. Maybe we're looking at steghide. So we would do steghide info. Okay. Enter passphrase. Caramello? Nope. Okay. So there was stegseek, right? Stegseek. Okay, let's do stegseek. Stegseek is another steganography program that we can use to brute force. So we're gonna brute force with stegseek. It's very fast. Could not find a valid passphrase. How do we pass a word list to stegseek? WL word list. Okay. Okay, so stegseek crack background.jpg and then supply the word list. The word list will be web page words. And we still weren't able to find a valid word list. Yeah, couldn't find another one here. Let's see. Defis Modernist Leben, that's probably why you didn't manage to finish the machine, because of the lowercase. I don't think... that was the case with the other machine. But you know what? What does the file background.jpg look like? XTG open. Background. It looks like this. This is probably the way... I mean, there's no... there are no words in here. I don't think so. It's just a dark background. Okay. Oh, file. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Background.jpg, JPEG image data. Actually, maybe we can do binwalk. What about opening it in the text editor? Well, we can do. I think we've done strings on it already. So this is what this is. These are the human readable strings. And we also tried using exif tool. So not sure where to go from here. So GoBuster. Oh, I already finished GoBuster. Didn't find anything. So assets, this is directory listable, so there's no use looking inside of here. Actually, maybe we should take a look at the what it looks like in curl. Nothing super interesting in these response headers. Were there any links? Are there any links in this? So these links shouldn't be in scope. There are no other links in this file here. Let me check and see if I'm pretty sure there wasn't anything super useful with the that nmap found. Just port 22 and port 80. What do we got here for port 22? OpenSSH. This is a pretty modern version of OpenSSH. That's probably not the way in. Port 80 is also pretty recent as far as the version of Apache server. Background image, then negative the image, never know. Yeah, we could go ahead and try that. So, I don't think... Maybe there's a web app that can do that. Let me go ahead and search for it. Negative image filter. Free online text editor. Okay, let's try this. So we can upload our file. It's going to be in temporary, right? Background. Background is okay. So we made it negative. No real difference. Can we add other filters to it? No. This brings me to Etsy. That's not what I wanted. Let's see if we can apply other filters to it. These don't look like useful filters for us. But thank you for the suggestion, Dex2 times 2. Thank you. Okay, so nmap HV title is for you. Maybe for you is relevant here. Let's add it to the list. Okay, so let's do that Hydra one again. Deepest Modernist Levin says, what does the connection left intact mean in the bottom of the curl output? Is it a WebSocket connection? It's not a WebSocket connection, but that's pretty common when we're dealing with HTTP requests. It's not you know, I'm not completely sure, but I'm pretty sure it's not a super relevant thing. But you know what we can do? We could feed this into ChatGPT and see if it can give us an explanation. Let's see here. Let's just ask. What was it? I've got DeepSeek over here. What does this part of the HTTP response mean? Part of an HTTP response typically seen in verbose or debug output from curl or other HTTP clients. Timestamp, okay. So the part of the message indicates that the host of the connection to the host, which is the server's IP address, was not closed after the request was completed. Instead, the connection was kept open, intact for potential reuse in future requests. This is common when HTTP keep alive is enabled, which allows multiple requests to be sent over the same connection, improving efficiency. So connection reuse is preserved for future requests, which is a feature of HTTP 1.1 and HTTP 2. So if you're using curl, this output is most likely from the -v verbose or trace options. But yeah, it's not something I really paid too much attention to in the past. But thank you very much for bringing it up, because it's good to know more about these technologies. Okay, so maybe there's a for you endpoint? No. So the other thing we could do is we could try the web page where we could try a Hydra attack again, but instead of users.txt, we could just try using all of the words from web page words, which is kind of overkill, but we're running out of stuff to do, so let's go ahead and try that. Let's just leave that running for a little while. T. Lewisillo. It's not a very long list in the first place. Evil Genius 007 says, hey everybody, hey Evil Genius 007, how are you? And welcome to the stream. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet on me?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get
Okay, so we're running out of options for this box. If anybody's wondering what challenge we're doing right now, we're doing the Psycho challenge from Docker Labs. So it's this one over here. And if anybody's wondering, with Hydra, is it still called THC Hydra, or did they change it to Hydra? Apparently, THC Hydra is the newer version of the Hydra program, and the original version of the program was just called Hydra. But THC Hydra is the modern version. far as I know. Yeah, Hydra wasn't able to found anything, so let's just do... How about let's do some targeted users. So, what's the name of that guy? Guy's name is... this. Pair of dice. Pair of dice? Paradise. Yeah, it didn't work. Okay. How about... this one? Huh. Nothing here. These don't go anywhere. This doesn't go anywhere. StegSeek wasn't able to find anything in the background image. We got this background image. StegSeek. Didn't find valid passwords. Okay. Let's see. Skip default. Don't add guesses to the word list. Empty. Password pop. Let's try the seed option. I don't know what the seed option really does. All embedding patterns. Users.txt for users and passwords. We could try that. Let me... try this first. So we got ads coming up on Twitch as usual. We don't progress when ads are running because we want everybody on Twitch to be on the same page. This is still running right here. Users.txt for users and passwords. I guess we could. Okay, we've got our nmap here. Let's do... so that would be... okay. Oh, Vladimir Volkov, that's Afroman? I think it's Afroman's Because I Got High. It's it was a pretty popular song on the radio back in the day. StegSeek. Let's see, Stegophile, word list. Okay, ads are running on Twitch right now, so we're gonna switch over to the birdcam view. How about the greedy sparrow? This guy's pretty entertaining. I'm gonna take a little drink. Just a second, everybody. So this bird over here, he's causing a ruckus because the other birds are trying to get close to the food, and he does not want to share the food with anybody. So he's just a jerk. He's flapping his wings and not letting anybody close. And Vladimir Volkov says, sometimes we don't progress when ads aren't running because it's in Spanish. Well, sometimes. Not that, well, I mean, there might be some cultural stuff that I'm not understanding, but I think the cultural stuff might not be super relevant either, because there's so many countries that speak Spanish that the cultural stuff changes between from country to country. Anyways, the ads are ending, so we'll take the jerk sparrow away, and let's continue. Maybe put multiple dishes out. I could, but then that's a lot of effort on my part. So let's. Okay, so we're cracking. The stego file is going to be background.jpg, and the word list file is going to be users.txt. Nope. How about the word list file is webwords.txt? Nope. Okay. Vladimir Volkov says, I like making... No worries. I don't think... I'm not taking it super seriously, thank you for keeping it light. Okay, so we might have to skip on this challenge as well, because we haven't been able to find the answer. But let's move on to the next challenge instead of getting super stuck on any one challenge. Let's move on to the next container. So the next container is going to be the... Oh, I do not know how to say this word. Pequenas menti. Let me download it. Download. Okay, let's translate this this challenge name first of all. Where are we? Let's do translate. Pretty liars. Pretty liars. All right. Let's keep going. Let's get rid of the auto deploy script. Let's get rid of the psycho files. And let's unzip this thing. Okay, no worries. And let's then deploy the challenge. Okay, so this is a large container. The container is actually like 466 megabytes, so it's pretty large as far as Docker containers are concerned. Vladimir Volkov says, I would like to join the channel, but I don't even have 2 nickels to rub together. I need a new job that's legal. A new job that's legal. Okay. Were you, Vladimir Volkov, were you trying to get into cybersecurity? And if so, what role were you looking to get into? Remember, I said that the best way to get into cybersecurity is to get to know the local people in your cybersecurity meetup group. So if you live in... So I live in Vancouver. I don't live in Vancouver, I live near Vancouver. But the nearest big city is Vancouver, and if I look up Vancouver cybersecurity meetup, I'll get like a number of different hits over here, and I could start going to these meetups and start meeting the local people in the cybersecurity scene. So I got my first cybersecurity job through connections that I made through groups like DEF CON Vancouver, and you could do that. Well, I mean, you could definitely make some friends in the local cybersecurity scene yourself. And this goes for basically anybody in chat who wants to get into cybersecurity, get to know the people who live in your town and do cybersecurity stuff. You can ask them questions, you can ask for advice, and you could ask for potential training avenues. It's all good. Evil Genius 007 says, I did it the hard way using Audacity to make my own ringtones and edit them rather than buying them a long time ago. That sounds like I did something similar back in the day. So I didn't buy my ringtones, but I managed to upload them to my phone using some software. And I was super proud to be able to upload some anime theme songs to my flip phone. It was back in the early 2000s. Okay. Anyways, let's nmap this thing. We got port 80 and 22 as per usual. Is there one for Pittsburgh, BA? I don't know how to look. Yeah, let's go ahead and open up for Pittsburgh. How do you spell that? Pittsburgh cybersecurity. Okay, let's be more specific than that. Pittsburgh cybersecurity meetup. Evolve Sec Pittsburgh cybersecurity. So there's this link, there's this group on Meetup. Evolve Sec Meetup Pittsburgh. Okay, they've got a bunch of members. They've got 414, and they were last active in the summer. But let me grab this and put that in chat. From U.S. Air Force to Cybersecurity Administrator. So EvolveSec. I wonder if EvolveSec has its own webpage. So EvolveSec. Offensive Security Solutions. Okay. So it looks like the same logo. And I guess this is a company. There you go. Malboss told me I don't get paid to have an attitude. I said, don't worry, I provide it for free. Yay. Alright. Let's see. So this is a company, and I wonder if Pittsburgh cybersecurity. Let's look up OWASP. OWASP is a pretty common group to have in a major city. They're all about web app security. OWASP Pittsburgh. Okay, let's see if they're active. So OWASP Pittsburgh. Past events. You might as well go ahead and take a look at this as well. Looks like you also might want to try looking into some OWASP Pittsburgh chapter. You could try contacting them on X as well. There you go. Wait, let me get the proper link, because the ones provided by Google are not very fun. There you go. Okay, so let's do this box. So, site does not have a title. Let's go ahead and check it out. Let's go here. Oh, okay. Let me try this out. Pista encuentra la clave para en los archivos. Okay, let's see what it says in Google Translate. Let's see. Thanks for... Oh, yeah. No worries. If you're not... go ahead and try some other cities. And find the key for A in the files. Find the key for A in the files. Alright. Okay, let's do our web enumeration now. So let's do Nikto, and after Nikto, let's do GoBuster as well. It's been a while since we've done the GoBuster. Okay. So we're doing GoBuster, we're doing Nikto. Docker's running. Let's take a look at robots.txt. No. So look for the key A in the archives, in the the files. Okay, let's try derb. So index.html, server status, and that's all. Okay, so if it says, let's try, so this is index.html. Let's try file equals A. Nope. Files. How about archivos? Nope. Okay. Let's try some curl then, to see if there's anything. Curl. Nothing super relevant here. GoBuster wasn't able to find anything. Okay, let's try using cool. 721702. Call it and let's try FFUF. Okay, it's going to be HTTP. Okay, couldn't find anything. Let's try expanding. So text HTTP, HTML, JS, JP. Let's look for back files, zip files, JSON files. What else could we look for? Evil Genius says, during summer break I'll be available to establish networks and find similar events, but pre-calculus is new to me and I need to concentrate on passing that. Then on to microeconomics, discrete mathematics, and business statistics. Let's see. It sounds like you are you? What kind of program are you in? Evil Genius 077. Let me know what program you're in. I thought you were doing cybersecurity, but if you're not, let me know what the situation is. Thank you very much. Okay, so back zip JSON. We could also look for, what was that cryptic message? the cryptic message was, find the key for A in the files. Find the key for A. The key for A in the files. Evil Genius says, I went to tech school and pre-algebra was my worst. Ah, okay. I've never been good at mathematics myself. I want to learn more mathematics because I want to learn more about cryptography. But yeah, good luck in your schooling endeavors. Find the hint for A. Find the key for A in the files. Might as well start looking for other stuff in here. We weren't able to find any directories. Maybe fuzz parameters and use A as the value. Oh, you're right. Divus Moderna Leben. Yeah, that's good advice. Let's go ahead and try that. So let's see, FFUF and HTTP. So fuzz equals A, and let's see, this is URL, and for the Word files, we're going to want to for the burp suite one, right? There's a burp suite, locate, seclist, grep, parameters. So here, burp parameter names. Let's try this one first. Here. Oh, I probably want to put this in, wrap this in single quotes. Okay, so we want to filter on the size, 85. Okay, didn't find anything. How about instead of uppercase A, we do lowercase a? Same thing. Evil Genius 077 says, my concentration is cybersec, but I started as a sophomore this month. My major is CIS Computer Info Systems. Oh, well, I didn't know that you were a college. Are you a college-age student, or are you a going back to school after a career in something else? And what kind of job are you aiming for in cybersecurity, Evil Genius 077? Let me know. Are you looking for something in offensive cybersecurity, or something in the Security Operations Center, or something else? Okay, so let's try another word list. So let's try the other word list, which was URL parameters from the top 55 most popular apps. Let's see, Evil Genius says, the job I started in 2000, isn't it index.html, or it doesn't matter? It's going to, so this is I think it's effectively the same thing. Of course, if you want to do index.html, hold on, let me do this proper. Yeah, so nothing appears over here. Let's see. Vladimir Volkov says, I've got one drop out, not interested in going back for a second one. Plus I can't stand being around the kids at college, educated idiots. Ah, right. I don't think I could do one time at college was enough for me as well. Evil Genius says the job I had started in 2006. They closed down in April 2023, putting little boxes in big boxes. And then when they closed, I needed more education. Okay. I'm in college through the VA. All other classes are easy compared to the math classes. Math is hard. But you know, there's some people who really grasp onto it, but it's never been easy for me. Okay, so we look for these parameters for A. Didn't work out for us. Go Buster. What else could this mean? So the message here, find the key for A in the files. So find the key for A in the files. So if this is some sort of, if this was actually some sort of file inclusion attack, this would be running PHP or some other language that can actually execute code. It wouldn't be an HTTP. It wouldn't be an HTML page. But Evil Genius 00077, I think you do appreciate college a lot more as a person who comes back to it later in life, because kids don't appreciate college as much as older people, I don't think. It's kind of like any kind of schooling. When you're an adult, feels like you get more out of it than when you're a younger person. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning. So the nmap scan. Nothing super. Oh, we didn't. You know what? We don't even have a username for this box yet. All we have is this. These went from very easy to hard super quick. Let's try the large word list. So we got. So the large word list is over here. Okay, let's look for all of our usual suspects: PHP, HTML, TXT. What else? Zip. Back. Okay. Let's see. Cypher Enigma says, agreed, Vladimir Volkov's because they're idiot. Well, you know, I'm not gonna say that. I wouldn't say it's because the kids are dumb that they don't appreciate school as much. I would say that they don't have enough perspective. I'd say that if you've got perspective, more perspective on life, that you usually get from living longer on this planet Earth, that you probably appreciate stuff like school more because you choose it. You feel more like you chose to go to school when you're an older person, as opposed to when you're a younger person when it feels like you have to go to school. Cypher Enigma says, I got my degree at 29 and it was a good decision to wait. The big thing you miss out on is the social aspect of school because you're the hello fellow kids meme. Yeah, I went back to school when I was a little older too, and I definitely felt some of that. Disordered says, I support schooling for fields that cannot be learned on the internet or undermined by foreign intellect. Foreign intellect. I'm not too sure what exactly that is. Could you elaborate on that? Vladimir Volkov, Taliban fails on YouTube is hilarious. Not exactly, not exactly what I turn to for entertainment, but you do you. Evil Genius says they don't develop the ambition and determination to take school seriously until later in life. Yeah, I think that might be true. Okay, we're still doing this. DeepSeek? Yeah, I've tried. Wait, is DeepSeek the foreign intellect? Is that the foreign intellect that we need to watch out for? I'm trying out DeepSeek. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything with my data. Oh, Vladimir recently at a gun shop and noticed the login and password written on a post-it note taped on the counter. Yeah, that sounds. Disorder says just hit 25. I may be a bit different. Not as a threat, just a strong statement. Ken PDX, I'm 62 years old, still in school. I'm now on the 56th grade. Feels good and can totally pick on the 55th graders. DeepSeek has been quite useful in a lot of places. GPT fell short for me. So I'd say don't feed anything to any AI that you wouldn't want to be widely dispersed, so don't share any secrets with it. Otherwise, use it like you would use Google. Don't Google stuff that gets you on a watch list. Don't Google stuff like how to dispose of bodies, and don't Google how to do anything illegal. Same thing goes for AI. ChatGPT and me have shared so many secrets. Are you besties? KenPDX, alright. Not interested in DeepSeek. They've already been breached. They've been breached? Well, I haven't heard about it. If you could link the article, I'd appreciate that. But I would say that as far as these AI like LLM models are concerned, use whichever one's the best for you. I'd say don't let politics get in the way. But you know, if politics are very important to you, then definitely stick to your guns. Okay, so here, all we've got is the index. It seems like we're kind of going in circles. It's not that deep. I scared the AI into thinking I was the Antichrist. Well, I mean, Defus Modernus Lemon says, maybe use A as the parameter and fuzz for common files, but that shouldn't work because it's not PHP, right? I mean, HTML doesn't work like that. I don't think. Let me try asking. I'm pretty sure that HTML pages can't execute code like that. Is it possible for a local file inclusion vulnerability on a .html page? It's possible, okay, although it's less common compared to server-side scripting languages like PHP. Here's an explanation of how this could happen and the conditions required. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe we can try that. So while HTML pages are generically static and do not execute server-side code, LFI can still occur in the following scenarios. Server-side processing. Okay? I mean, we can read all the code in the HTML. So index.html, this is all, we should be able to see the entirety of the code here. There's nothing, we should give it a try. Let's give it a try. Let's do, but it says para A, maybe it's in the parameter. Para A. Para A. Para in Spanish means for. La clava is the key. Para means for A. So if we get rid of the word para in here, the word for disappears. Yeah. Let's go ahead and try that. Let's do FFUF. And then A equals fuzz. And we're going to give it local file inclusion. So locate. Okay, so we've got some local file inclusion word lists. Paste this in. Let's do index.html. Okay, should look like this. Okay, so we need to filter on size 85. Okay, what do we got here? Vladimir Volkov says, what if humans are artificial intelligence and AI is just as intelligent? That's a philosophical question right there. Man, some of these, I didn't expect that that going from very easy to easy would be this big a jump in difficulty, because I haven't been able to solve any of these challenges. So I've done 2 challenges. We did the Psycho one. We did this one called Pretty Liars, I think. But we weren't able to get anywhere with these. I guess that means I'm a bad hacker. Could be. What do we do now? Etsy files of all Linux packages. So, oh, you know what? We could just do some manual enumeration too, right? Let's do index.html. File or A equals etc. password. Nope. How about A equals dot slash etc. password? No. Does that mean HackerMan comes on and makes fun of you? Maybe. Yeah, that could be it. All I know is I know nothing at all, and I'm not even sure I know that. That sounds like a quote. Is that a quote from somewhere? Shivran, that yes. Scary hacker voice man would come on and tell me that I'm a bad hacker, and that I should that I should, you know, go do something else as a hobby. What else could it be? Find key para. Find the key for A in the files. Key for A. What else could that mean? You know what? Let's ask the AI, because I'm running out of stuff. Okay. So the CTF challenge is on a web server and provides this as a hint. Socrates. Okay. suggests that you need to locate a specific key, like a flag or secret value, associated with the identifier A somewhere within the files on the web server. So understand the scope, enumerate the web server, browse the website. Use a tool for directory enumeration like dirb, gobuster, or dirsearch. Okay. Check for common files like robots.txt, sitemap.xml, or htaccess. Look for files related to a.txt, key a dot something something. Could it be that easy? Check for local file inclusion. So file equals example.txt. Search for hidden or backup files. Inspect source code. Use grep or search tools. Decode or decrypt the key. A key. I don't know. Let's see. CanPDX says, I know nothing, I see nothing, I say nothing, I was not here. I did not even get up this morning. Sergeant Schultz. Oh, is that Hogan's Heroes? That sounds like a... That sounds like a quote from an old TV show. I see nothing. Hogan's Heroes? Wait. I see nothing, yes. Oh, Sergeant Schultz. Yeah. That's it. That's a callback. So the key for A and the files. Huh. You know what? We gave it a try. I might, man, I'm gonna have to look up what exactly is going on with these challenges here. But well, I don't want to I don't want to stream for too long. What I want to do is figure out if there are some other good InfoSec streamers on, people who do cybersecurity and hacking stuff, and see if anybody of that description is on Twitch right now. Just a second. What's this challenge called? The challenge is called Pretty Liars. Let me... Pequeñas mentirosas. And if you put it into Google, it's Pretty Little Liars. Pequeñas. Oh, okay. Alright. Let's see. Who is online right now? The Science Channel is online. They we love rating into them. Anyways, when we raid into the Science Channel, if you're on Twitch, if you could please give this message right here. It is frog hip hop hack frog, just like this. And let's do a shout out to all of our great chatters today. We had a lot of people talking in the chat. Sounds like you guys are having a great old time having a conversation with each other. Vladimir Volkov, Distorted, Ken PDX, Shivren, and our friend Defus Mardernis Laben, as well as Cybernerd Dante, Cypher Enigma, and everybody else, Evil Genius 077, of course, and everybody else who showed up today to chat and to learn about hacking stuff. And we're going to be back on Friday. We're going to be doing more hacking stuff. We're going to be doing more hacking Windows, especially. But that's going to be a lot of fun. Hope you show up for that stream. It's going to be on Friday. Let's do one last Hack the Planet before we go out for the day.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get it!
Okay, so let's see. Sorry, I got distracted. Wasn't? No worries. We're all trying to. We've all got our own stuff going on. But thank you very much to everybody, And yeah, we're going to be back on Friday. Hope to see you there. Hip hop hack, and have a great rest of the week.